I almost completely forgot to start. I'm not gonna lie. Hello, Mia. How you doing? So I was actually messing around with trying out Dream Puppy just because I was curious. Don't think it's gonna work for me. Don't think it's gonna work for me. But I might come back to it later. We'll see. We'll see. No, let's go away. Yeah, because I wanted to. Screw it. Screw it. Don't need it. Don't need it. Don't need it. There we go. Because yeah. So instead of like, what's it? Showing and then not showing the console I've got plugged in. I set up another scene for it, right? So I can switch to the scene. And it'd be nice to have like a button to press that isn't a key combo or whatever. So I figured, oh, I'll try that, but it just emulates key combos. And it's just that's not what I want. Hang on, I can see my my green screen isn't cooperating. Give me a second. Completely unprepared today. I have too many wires. I need to get rid of some. Too many wires. Too many wires. Alright. Anyway, so over the weekend I broke things. I broke things over the weekend again, accidentally. So I hope to fix those. It's just you can actually go away. Quit. Thank you. Yeah, so I was trying to clean up some. I'm hearing something. Clean up some smaller bugs or whatever. Oh, it's this. It's the mic thing. I messed it up. Cleaning some bugs on the game, right? And I fixed one thing, and it just broke something else. So that's fun. Let's see where. So it was in the and add like hitting the up and down button, and then like A actually working. I put that in there on Sunday. But yeah, so the big thing that I fixed here, and then found out was still kind of broken. So let's. Why doesn't escape work anymore? Okay. All right. So if I exit out of that while it had scrolled or whatever, right, and I go back into it, it now starts correctly at the top again, way up here. But the attributes are all screwed up. The attributes don't match at all. Like it's doing this name down here instead of JoJo up here somewhere. I still don't know why that's broken, but it is. I don't really want to work on that one tonight, so I'm not gonna. Instead, I started to. That's kind of neat looking. I started to rework. The drawing routine for that stuff, for the skyline. So I was gonna continue on that tonight. And for that, I've actually got a test ROM. I broke out all the code for that one. So the reason I wanted to start with that too, by the way, let's see. Game. Beautiful. Really? So where this go to all is kind of broken a little bit, I think. Just a little bit. Change game state. This one here. Right, so that. Okay. I'm gonna frame advance here. 1 frame. There. This stuff right here, I'm not entirely sure where it's coming from, but it only happens for the title screen. This rainbow effect. I don't know why it's happening, but I aim to find out, or at least get rid of it. Get rid of that happening. It's probably an overrun somewhere where because this is mirrored horizontally, right? It's probably an overrun that goes somewhere that it shouldn't be going, and it's hitting some weird PPU addresses and like overriding palettes or something stupid. Probably, I don't know. These don't seem right. Yeah, I aim to fix that. I want to fix that. And while I started doing that, I'm like, wow, I'm really doing this like in a terrible way. Like, why am I doing this the hard way instead of, you know, doing things the smart way? So I'm reworking some things to do it, you know, not dumb. All right. So let's get this one loaded up. All right, so this is the test ROM. I have it load up. I don't have it clear the screen or anything like that, so I can see. So I can see it actually draw properly, essentially. Yeah. What is this one? I can't go to location. Okay, we're just gonna get rid of it. I'm not sure what that is. But yeah, when I hit a button, it does the draw routine, and it broke. Okay. Well, it's supposed to, you know, draw things. But it didn't. It didn't. Why didn't it? Why didn't it? Which unit? Let's go there. And over here, shortcut keys and walls. The profile that needs to be unset. That was added recently. What's that one? Save states. No, okay. Oh. Is it here somewhere? Shortcut keys. There we go. There's more shortcut keys. Yeah, so I was talking to Sour earlier today, and I think we've figured out why some of my keybind's a little wonky. Because Windows is dumb. Trace logger? No. That one. Performance. Okay. No? Okay, they're just broken now. Cool. That's... Alright, well... Alright. So, this test ROM does a bunch of things. A bunch of things differently. Because like I said, I reworked a lot of it. And making more things more efficient and whatnot. One of those things is clearing the attribute table. I made a heck of a lot more efficient. So I hit F7 for scan line there. So it only happens in like what, 4 scan lines, something like that? 2 scan lines. Redoing the entire draw background routine, so it only takes 3 variables to start. Let me actually open up all this here. Background. What? Yeah. So it takes the theme ID, a name table to draw on, and the row to start at. And that's the only data that's needed going into it. And everything else is figured out from there. And this only draws a single screen. This routine here, or rather, it will only draw a single screen. It'll figure out what to draw, depending on which name table it's on. So if it's on a left name table, it'll only draw the left side of the background. If it's on the right name table, it'll only draw the right side of the background. Yeah. I also reorganized a bunch of the data as well. and commented out a bunch of stuff. But so the old way of doing things was everything just in its one block, right? So I'd point to that and like parse out different things and count bytes and all that kind of crap. I don't want to do that because that's hard to follow and dumb. So instead of breaking everything out into their own tables, which still allows more than one eventual theme, I think I do want to put like at least one other one in there, just to like, I don't know, make sure it works, I guess, something like that. But yeah, so I've got the screens defined as individually. So these are all the lookup tables. So these are this data right here is the original data from way down here, but it's split into two screens. So this is all the left screen. This is all the right screen. By left and right, the left and right of this here of the name tables. Yeah, so it just makes the code around it a lot easier to follow and simpler. I got rid of that right byte routine because that was overcomplicating things. But yeah, some other things obviously are still broken, so we're gonna try and fix those tonight. Yeah, so let's see where this thing actually breaks. Huh? This isn't even... Bridgewater, how you doing? Hello. Okay, yeah, that's not even up to date. So I need to make that. One of the ROM's broken. It's because it's, well, not up to date. Yes. CD Parks background and then make it. There it goes. Here for game power cycle. Okay. And I want this one here. Okay. BG net location. Yes, we're still good, but I don't want to break there. I want to break down. No, not even there. I want to break there. Okay. Alright, so load palette, I'll step through here real quick. All it does is just looks at that palette table. The palette. This one isn't really even a lookup table. It's just a straight list of palettes for different themes. If I can find it, it's down here somewhere. Hang on, give me a second. There it is. Yeah, it's just a lookup table. Not even a lookup table. It's just a list of palettes. And they're all like 4 bytes wide, so I can use the I can still use the theme ID as the index. I just need to shift it a little bit. So yeah, so it just takes that and then loads it into RAM, and then it writes all the palettes as well. And I also draw the transition line first before the background itself. I forget why initially I redid that, but I did. Yeah. So that works. That part works. I got that working the other night. And surprisingly, so far everything fits in the NMI, which I wasn't necessarily aiming for, but that's nice. Yeah. Okay, so this is what's broken. Something's broken in here. I'm not entirely sure what. Because I think I need to just redo this entire routine. Just redo the logic for it, starting from scratch. Okay, so the write PPU address routine. This one gets the starting address of, well, the starting PPU address to start drawing at, and writes that to the PPU, and it uses the 2 of the arguments coming into the draw background to figure out where it's coming from, or where it's going to. Yeah, so it does a multiplication by 32 the long way. So I don't feel like having a lookup table because it's multi-byte, whatever. Yeah. Right, so that sets it to where we need to be, which, can you see that? Yeah, it's address 2000. Alright, loads up the theme, shifts it, because it needs that to look at a table of words. Right, name table. So this is where it figures out what it's drawing, either screen A or B. Alright, so I'm drawing screen A, which is on the left. So we're looking at that lookup table. And from that lookup table, we're getting the table of data, the table of metadata. So that's what's going into temp address, is the table of metadata. Which is probably where I'm going wrong. So I don't think I think I'm calling it draw column, but I'm not. I didn't change any of draw columns, so that's why it's breaking. Yeah, then this right here, the table column lookups, that's the lookup for the meta column definitions. Yeah, we're putting that in the. Actually, that's not really a. Yeah, I might need to change that. That might also be what's breaking as well. And then this is just decoding the byte. Yeah, because it's each byte has two portions to it. They're both the columns, so each byte has two columns in it, right? And I think that's wrong because I need to do the first nibble and not the second nibble. Which the first one's up here. So that's issue number one. Carry set. Bitted it in the carry set. Why? Bit. Oh, because it's not carry. It's the overflow flag. Not BCS, so it would be BVS. Okay, well that's why that's broken. All right. Up here, I do need to get rid of all this crap too, but I left it in there for now for reference, so I can go back to it. BVS. Let me actually remove some of that, because some of it I already have working now. Like this. This is the transition row. I don't need that anymore. Transition row, the palette stuff I don't need anymore. That's now. Metadata stuff. Those variables don't exist anymore. I'll leave that around for now. Again, this is transition stuff. Yeah, I was being very messy the other day. Get rid of all of that. Oh yeah, so I just commented out some things in the draw column instead of actually, rewriting it. This is all wrong because that's old stuff. We're gonna get rid of that as well. What is this? Description can stay there. Full screen. Alright. Put the pointer to the theme data table. I don't think it's used anymore, actually, is it? Yeah, it's not even used anymore, so we're going to count it out for now. We might come back to it and reuse it for something else, but I don't think we'll need to. But we're leaving it there. Yeah, we'll leave it counted out anyway. Yeah. Let's just get rid of this too, because this isn't used anymore. That, okay. So this draw column stuff is all... It's probably all incorrect, actually. What's this? This I already have above, so I can actually get rid of this as well. I'll make sure that I'm doing the vertical as well. Index, I don't do that anymore. Do I? I might need to, I don't know. Alright, draw on screen, name table stuff. Okay, so I need to, I do need to set that, the vertical draw. Where is it? This guy here. We're going to do that at the very top of that draw on screen. Alright. Well, let's make that and let's see what happened. Power cycle. Go to location. Oh, it's broken, kind of. Excuse me. Control, address, okay. Theme stuff. Alright, first, there we go, first nibble. So it's going to be 0. Draw column. Oh, right. Okay, so I didn't even touch the draw column stuff at all, so it's gonna be completely wrong. Oh, maybe not completely wrong. So this is the lookup table for the meta column definitions. I mean, it's. That's wrong, isn't it? Yeah, that's wrong. Okay, yeah, that's completely wrong then. Okay. I think I'm gonna rename that variable actually. 'Cause this isn't the lookup data pointer. It's the it's like a meta column lookup. So that is going to be looking at this right here, this table right here. Table column lookups. Table column lookups is this guy here. Okay, so this lookup data pointer is the meta lookup. So we're gonna make that metadata pointer. Mike Encoder, how you doing? Welcome. VG meta data pointer. Let's do it. Okay. That's good. That's good to hear. So spoilers, I broke things over the weekend. I'm trying to fix them now. and optimizing things on the way. So I'm rewriting a bunch of the oh, you can't see it now. The drawing routines for the background, the skyline. Now, what timing? Oh, nice. Yeah, so to draw the skyline in the background, I wanted to do some fancy stuff with on the title screen, only to find out that like the way I was doing all of it was terrible. Like it's just horribly inefficient and bad and all that stuff. So I'm redoing just about all of it. I've got a good chunk of it redone. I've got the framework more or less figured out. What I'm working on right now specifically is drawing the actual meta columns again, the buildings or whatnot. So I'm simplifying a lot of it too. So like before, I had like all these variables that I needed, right? Before I even called the draw background routine. Now I am only using 3. I only need 3 pieces of data to start drawing a background. It's a name table to draw on, the row to start on, and the theme to draw. So I'm simplifying it, calling it. I'm simplifying drawing things, breaking things up a little bit. So yeah, optimization. Yeah, exactly. And in fact, this right here, this is the first frame of drawing, and that actually does a lot of it. That clears the name table. Oh, not name table. Attribute table, both attribute tables, 2 attribute tables, loads palettes into the PPU, and draws the transition line all in a single NMI, which I was surprised actually fit. I wasn't aiming for that, but I was surprised it actually fit in that. So, yeah, a few of the things I partially unrolled a few loops, like the clearing the attribute table. So to clear it, I'm just writing zeros everywhere, right? And instead of just write check for done loop, instead it's write 8 times check for done loop. So it gets a lot more done per cycle. Well, not per cycle, but per scan line, which is all this stuff up here. Like if I come back to this here, power cycle. So this, all I do on power cycle is I load up a palette. That's all I do. I don't do anything else. I don't clear the screen at all. I don't clear the sprites. What am I looking for? This button. So I don't clear the screen. I don't clear the attribute data. So you can see the attribute data over here changing all the time. So I don't clear any of that. The sprites are all garbled up. The only thing I do is rewrite the palette. That's the only thing I do on startup. And then when I hit a button is when, on the controller, because this is a test ROM, when I hit a button, it starts the whole drawing routine. So I know that it's working properly at the end of the day, because it'll look proper, right? It'll write it'll overwrite everything that needs to overwrite and whatnot. But yeah, so I'm going to go. No, not there actually. I want to go up to. Yes, is that the partially unrolled loop here. Say BG in it. All right, so we're gonna hit A, and then immediately we're going to turn off the PPU and skip the NMI, and then write sprites, because at this point the memory location for sprites is empty, right? Right here, sprites. There aren't any sprites because that was clear. That was cleared on initialization. Because I'm clearing all of RAM on initialization, right? But the PPU doesn't know about that yet, so we're gonna send that data to the PPU. All right, so that's the first thing that happens. Oh, I put that in function because whatever. Then we're setting up some pointers. The NMI pointer does next to nothing. It's this guy right here. It just re-scrolls, essentially. That's pretty much all it does. Yeah. And then we go right into clearing the attribute table. And let me actually turn on the... there we go. So this happens really fast. So this is the second scan line we're on. Actually, let me just hit F7. So 1, 2, 3, yeah, like 4 scan lines per name table. Bam. Yeah, which is nice. That's nice. All right, so draw background, draw transition, which I did off stream the other day. That just draws that one transition line of repeating 4 tiles. And again, I use the name table to start on and the row to start on as the entry points, and I figure out the PPU address based on those two. those two values. So I calculate where it is, right? So I don't have to tell it specifically where to put the transition line. I can just say, hey, start drawing the whole background here, kind of thing. Yeah. Okay, so this draw one screen thing is broken still. Oh, I didn't even... So I did this, but I didn't actually use it anywhere. That's okay. Alright, BG draw columns. This, I think, is going to have to be completely rewritten. Okay. Metadata pointer. Okay. Oh, because that's looking for... Okay, so I'm not breaking apart enough times. So let me put up the backgrounds over here and go down to the bottom. Actually, I didn't need to close out that one. Okay, this one's gonna have my data on it over here, and this one's gonna have my code on it that I'm looking at. Okay, so draw one screen, table screen, temp address. Do I read? Oh no, okay. Notice I don't see a debugger when I'm stepping over the code. When you're stepping over the code? Oh, you don't use a debugger. Really? Are you writing NES code, or what are you writing? Are you not? Are you using what would you be using? How else did you step over the code? I mean, you can just hit go and it'll do things, but have your printf debugging. Okay. Okay, get the address of the table that contains the meta column definitions. No. So that comment is wrong. So this, get the address of the table. Is it? Let's see, look up. BG table column lookups. BG table column lookups. No, that is correct actually. Okay. But it's much easier than us. Not that I see it in the viewer. Alright. Yeah, stepping through is really a godsend. It really is. Being able to step through one instruction at a time and seeing exactly what it does on the processor. Okay. So now, after this variable right here will have the address of this table in it, so I can look up the meta columns. So from there, I need to load which meta column it is, which is this right here. Okay. Alright, well that's... Okay, so that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work quite well. Because that's an address. That's a table of addresses. I was talking about the NES. I started playing with it after watching it for the first time. Oh, nice! Nice! So this... I'm not sure exactly what this is expecting. Alright, so temp address, this is load a column ID. Okay, so now it has column ID is int A. Load a byte with 2 column IDs. Alright, and then this is split the byte. First level, second level. Okay. Hey, now contains the meta column ID. Column ID isn't it? Oh, I just... Okay. A now contains the meta column ID. So, with that, I need to figure out the address of these things right here. So I need to get the value out of this table and put it somewhere else. Blackbeard, how you doing? MLG, welcome. How's your evening doing? It's LifeU, isn't it? The one thing I discovered with the assembler I'm using is that I could write, for example, db or .db, and the result would be the same. It would still compile. Really? Bit sleepy. I'm doing all right. I almost forgot to start streaming tonight because I was getting distracted. Yeah, and I only realized, by the way, when I hit a button on something I was trying and it started streaming for me. I'm like, wait a minute, hang on. So, yeah, if anyone saw the alerts there, I apologize. But have I forgotten something? Do I need to stream today? Nah. 3D Code Warrior, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, try with were you using CS65? Cause I'm not sure if that'll work. I think I need the dot in there. Yeah, I need a dot in there, because it expects that as a label. If you're using a different assembler, that's probably why. Or if you have some directives in there that change the behavior for it. And I'm not sure that probably goes working on paid stuff. Alright, probably goes just didn't set up for it. Yeah. I know where is it, Bridgewater? On Linux, probably. Yeah, so for CA65, I mean, it's the same across both platforms. But there are a buttload of directives that you can use. Just label straight data. Are you using a lookup table for this stuff? I mean, for this one, I don't think I need the byte on it. I don't think. Do I? I might. I don't know. Let's try it. Okay, so I do need the. At the very least, I need to make a longer patch cable to connect my streaming machine to the internet gateway, since the local Wi-Fi is dreadful, even with a range. With a range of sight of single-digit feet. Oh, no table. I don't know if I can. At any rate, this does, come across as a little easier to read, I think. Can you use labels without? Yeah. All right. So I'm not sure you're using either CA65 or you are using a compatibility mode for CA65. Because there is a compatibility mode for like ASM6 or something like that, where it does some weird things with labels like that, where they don't require the colon after them. The way I have it set up is it requires the colon. Yeah. Okay, so this we need to not do. So now we need to get the address of that meta column definition stuff, right? But we also need somewhere to put that. Main. But I think I already have a place to put that. Look up data pointer. This guy. Not that one. Okay. Wait, what is this? No, that is correct. Okay, lookup data pointer is... Yeah, okay. That's what we want then. Lookup data pointer. Use lookup data pointer. Load the address of the meta into PG look up data pointer. NES Assembly from Gary. Ah, okay, that's why. That's why. Yeah, NES ASM? NES ASM? I didn't like that one. I didn't like that one too much. Alright. Yeah, I had to patch in exiting an error code. because it would have like parse errors, and it would exit out, print the error, but exit with an exit code of 0, which to like everything else means we're okay to go. So make just continued on down the line and tried to build a ROM file when it didn't have an object file and stuff like that. So I was like, wait a minute. For those old games. Yeah, so I've actually started looking at some older games and started to piece them apart and try to map them out. Yeah, so some of the stuff that I've started doing, I think came from some of that. Yeah. It was in the first assembler that I was using, that I don't use anymore. Okay, so we need to transfer A to somewhere. X, probably? X isn't used really fancy. No, is it? X is used over here, but it is stored somewhere, right? Yeah, okay, so that's the theme, and we nuke that once we know what we have. I think load column. So this right here, give the address of the code. Oh, okay, so X. I need to store X somewhere. Okay. Yeah, some of the code I just could compile, assemble. Didn't figure it out yet. All right. Alright, so in here somewhere, I am gonna have to have a loop, to draw a column. Actually, no, not up there. Not up there at all. Well, actually, yeah, 'cause I need to draw 32 columns. Right? So starting like here, I think. Load a column. Yes, load loop. Okay, so this is the loop that needs to happen 16 times. Loop this, or 32 times. 32 times. Okay. Yeah, transfer A to X. X isn't used anywhere else. Okay. Load up a... What was it? This is lookup, so that's going to be BG meta column, metadata pointer. BG metadata pointer at X. No. ASLI. Or no, we already shifted it. We already did all that crap. We don't need to do any. We don't need to do it again. So we just transfer A to X to get that. Store that into BG something. BG lookup data pointer. And we're gonna increment X. The same thing plus 1. And then JSR to draw column. BG draw column. Okay. And now this, the BG draw column, should only draw 11 tiles. I draw 11 tiles. Actually, do I need to do that? Do that file? No, just gonna put it right there. Like that. Because we don't want to overwrite the transition route that we have going. We're not redrawing the last byte, because why? Why? That's just an extra right every column. We don't need that. Oh, I was doing it before, so I could just draw all 12 columns, not 12, all 32 columns in sequence, and not have to like recall this loop essentially. Yeah, so instead I am. Okay. Look up data pointer. Wait, what is this? Metadata pointer, metadata pointer. No, that's not correct. Like that. Tim, how you doing? Welcome. HD Kage, how you doing? Welcome. The Someone, welcome. Sort of a raid. Well, welcome, guys. How you doing? I'm working on unbreaking some of my code. False bracket, how you doing? Welcome. So I don't think it'll assemble. It might. It didn't assemble. Okay. What? Why expected? 159. Let me see if I can get this to assemble real quick. Oh, shoot. That doesn't even know why it does. Yeah. Transfer A to Y. I guess we're clobbering Y then. That's fine, I guess. Yeah, it's probably fine. Increment Y. Y and Y again. Okay. It's probably fine. Rated some of those offlines I've already won here. Alright, no worries. What were you working on today? Actually, I think I was watching your stuff earlier today. You're doing the Valentine's game, yeah? Or am I just completely wrong? I was lurking a little bit before stream, so. How's that coming along? Yes, yes. Love as hell. And I love. Well, that's good that you like the game that you're working on, right? All right, let's see if this assembles. Okay, it assembles this time. That's good. That's good news. All right. Game power cycle. Good. All right, so it's supposed to look all garbled like that for now. So I'm working in a test ROM, right? So the idea is. I just initialize some basic things, and I don't clear anything. So I can see if my other drawing routines are correct. So that's I have a city skyline that I'm trying to draw on the screen. I'm trying to rewrite a bunch of the routines for that because they were broken and inefficient. So this is a test ROM I have set up specifically for that. Let's see, good location. That's wrong now. That one probably is too. But I want to go in there. Alright. So when I hit a button on the controller, it fires up the routine to do things. So the first thing it did is load up some palettes, write the palettes. So you saw the colors change. So it's all purples instead of the random colors. It also cleared out the attribute table as well, so everything's now using the same palette. Oh, and it also drew this this line of tiles. It's a transition row between the background and the foreground in the eventual game. So now I need to step through this stuff and make sure that it's actually correct. So it draws the buildings in the background. Okay. Y0. Yeah, that is actually correct. 0 is correct there. And then this is going to... Actually, is it correct? 0? Metacolumn definition. The first metacolumn. Okay, yeah, that's correct. All right, so it's gonna be grabbing this one right here. BG Meta City A left. Let's see. BG, it doesn't have that there. BG Meta City A left. 825B. So that's what we want in this value, this parameter right here. And we have something 5B, Good. 825B. That is correct. All right. Progress. So this is going to draw... in theory, this is going to draw 12 tiles vertically. Starting in the upper left-hand corner there. So it's going to start there, and it should draw down to there, and it should not overwrite this line that's already there. Shouldn't. We'll see if it actually does. Visually updated pointer. Okay, so this gets the actual definition of the tiles. And again, these are 2 tiles per byte. It's compacted a little bit. The first byte is a little special because it tells us what row in here that we're going to be looking at. So this one's 10. So the first half of that, the 1, is saying, hey, we're going to be looking at this row right here. This row ID 1, which is the second row down. And the 0 there is the tile in that row. And all the other bytes in the sequence are just 2 of the second half of that. So the 2 IDs in a row, but it's using the same row as the first tile. Yeah. So that way I can cut down on some used ROM space, which I'm not really that low on, but I do want to keep things efficient, space-wise. So that should draw it. Where did it draw it? I don't know. Didn't think it updated or anything. Oh, because it's still blank. So yeah, that's fine. It didn't show it. I don't think. Right, and now it's going on to the other ones, the other tiles. So this logic should mostly be correct. Can I just display all? I mean, I see the address incrementing correctly, I think. I don't see it actually drawing anything there. You see, the tile indexes are incorrect. They're incorrect. It's not drawing anything. Why isn't it drawing anything? What would we be doing? Alright, background sprites are not enabled, so it should be drawing things to the screen properly. And it does look like it's incrementing the address correctly. Oh, well, it didn't actually draw a column there, just its thing. Yeah, so it did not even draw a column there. It did absolutely nothing, even though it should have. Okay. Alright, well, let's power cycle it again. And where is this location? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. That. And we'll go down to the column. No. Oh, yeah, that one. No, this one. Okay. That. Data pointer. So this should be drawing 0 at, well, not 2020, actually. Oh no, that's correct. It should be drawing at 2020. So the first tile is incorrect. It should be 3F. What? What? Okay, this makes more sense. Like, unless that's not updating or something. So I don't have any reason to believe it's not. Tile index 3F is incorrect. Because that's down here somewhere. That's over here. That's that tile. Do I need to... Maybe I need to take... Where is it? Let's remove this stuff. Remove it from there. And put that into the draw column stuff. Bam. Well, this one could probably stay at the top. Over here. Like that. So yeah, this right here sets the PPU address. Right, so I moved that down a bunch. Let's see if that makes a difference. I don't see why it should. But let's see. For a second. Did I hit go to location? Alright, I'm all wrong again. Okay. It's got a -1, fine. And it drew all that stuff. That's fine. Alright, the address isn't right there. It shouldn't be 2100, it should be 2000. Really? Shoot. I guess it still records after the raid. Then I need to check that stuff. Whoops. Yeah. I'll keep that in mind for next time. I need to, like, you know, mute my mic and whatnot. I didn't even, like, watch my VOD for that, honestly. Oh, it's so I've got the thanks for watching up, don't I? Okay. Okay, so you're not looking at my dumb face doing it. Yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind next time, I suppose. Okay, so for some reason that's not the correct address, like, at all. At all. Because that should be 2000. That should be way up there, not 2100. So we need to go back into that and see why it's incorrect. Okay. So it's correct for this guy right here, for the transition row. Let's see, creepy wizard in the back. All right. Transfer A to X. A is the start row, right? All right. Find the correct offset for the given Y, the given row start. Okay. Found start. We already found start. Y is 1. Why is Y 1 already? Because I didn't clear Y. Did I? Did I? I'm storing Y, but I never cleared it at all. Y plus plus. Why were you adding 1 to Y when we don't clear it at the very beginning? What should Y be? Y should be... Oh. Okay, so this right here should be loading up Y. Or... Oh, hang on. Okay, so that... How was that working for the transition row then? This just shouldn't be working at all, should it? Okay, so Y is here. I'm not setting Y to anything. But I'm using Y as... the name table? No, the, Yeah. So I need to load up Y, the name table start. Yeah. And that's going to be BG name table. So it might have been a fluke that it works for the other one just fine. Not quite, because I'm loading up Y here. That's why. And I'm adding some. I'm adding to it. Because the transition row is down 12 rows. That's why. Okay, so that's why it works for that one and not the other one. Wait, but A, hang on. Wait a minute. Okay. Increment Y, repeat the address. Okay, so Y has the name table in it. So I guess I need to put the name table into Y before I call this. Because this rolls it over if it needs it. Okay. Okay. Power cycle. That's fine. Alright, so let's hope this actually works this time. So we're going to load up the Y start in the name table. And then after this function, the name table address should be 2000. It is. Good. That's better. So now, okay, now it's starting to write some stuff. Or it should. Right? Yes. Oop. Yes, it is. Good. Good. And then 1 and 2. Okay. Okay. Good. So we got a column drawn. Now I need to draw the rest of them. Okay. Okay. Progress. We're making progress. We're making good progress now. Okay, so no. This one is the one that needs to happen 32 times. So Y we need to store. We need to store Y somewhere. By first putting A in X, then transferring Y to A. Juggling around a little bit. A to X. Y to A. And then push it to the stack. Then X going back into A. All you can put back into Y. Oh, jeez. No, no. No, we're not doing that. I'm gonna store Y into temp Y. Oop, because screw it. Actually, we're gonna move that up here. Like that, and then this is going over there, and then temp Y. And that's not being used anywhere else. Beautiful. Alright, and we are going to increment temp Y and load it. Actually, we're just going to load it first. Looks like you're juggling a lot of registers. Have you considered using self-modifying code instead, possibly in Zero Page? Listen here, you. Listen here, you. I don't need to confuse myself even further. Thank you very much. I'm gonna increment Y and compare it to friggin' 32. And if it's not equal, we're going to loop back up to load loop. Like that. Okay. Okay. It assembled. That's good news. Okay. File. No. Game. Reset. This one, and then this one. Where is this going? Nope. Not quite. Yeah. That's fine. Okay. Oh, I don't need to actually be in this one here. Okay. It's gonna load up temp Y. Doesn't seem correct. Temp Y does not seem correct there. Because I stored 0 in it. Oh, I stored something else in it. Store A into temp Y, because I load 0 and A there. I don't do anything with Y. Seriously, the core of my fourth system is in Zero Page for this reason. It's faster, and I can do double indirect more easily because the pointer stores this instruction. Lord. Let me get, like, you know, the basic assembly stuff hammered in first before I start screwing with self-modifying code, please. Yeah, because I thought I was confused now. Just wait until you introduce self-modifying code. Then I will never be able to follow what I'm doing. Yeah. Especially not sober. Yeah, it's actually, I don't want to do it that one. I want to do it over here, probably? No. Let's just do it, there. Right? No. There. I think. Maybe. Possibly. Let's find out. Okay, that's 1. And it's just writing 1. It's just writing 1 because of course it is. It's overwriting the same column over and over and over again, isn't it? Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Plus side is that looks prettier, doesn't it? Meanwhile, I'm trying to find a megabyte of static RAM in salvageable form. Since it's unlikely that I'll be able to get a delivery from Mauser anytime soon. Uh-oh. So, yeah, so I need to take something. I need to take Y, right here. Okay, we're taking Y. Decrement Y. And we're gonna do a thing with Y over here. Actually, no, we'll put it in A because of reasons. Transfer Y to DY is decrement Y? Is it? I don't know anymore. Top DEY, decrement Y by 1. Okay, decrement Y and transfer Y to A. Okay, so now in BG column we have the horizontal offset for that. Use it up here, I don't think I touched it again. Okay. Put that next as well, so we don't have to do any of that crap. Okay, so X is going to be the horizontal offset there. Transition something or other, or is up here? Do I do anything with X? Load it. I load it up over there. Okay, so I can clobber X over here. Load it up to 0. Okay. Okay, so here I don't touch it. Here instead, in here. I need to put this somewhere. I need to, STX temp X. Is that used anywhere? It is. Where? In drawing the transition. That's the only place it's used. Okay, we're good. We're good. So this is, horizontal offset. So this needs to be added to the address, to A before, clear carry before we write it. Tempex. Yeah, so it gets the horizontal offset of the freaking column there. Okay, let's see if that worked. I hope it did. Power cycle. Location's wrong now. Of course it is. Okay. Okay, so A is going to both Y and X, so Y does the lookup for that, and then we are jumping to there. Okay, so the first one is actually going to work just fine. The second one might not. The first one is zeros, so it doesn't actually add anything. But the fact that it put it there is a good sign. It means it doesn't add anything erroneous. So this one should be 2001, hex 2001. It should be the start address that we are drawing. That we drew on. It didn't draw on it. Why didn't it draw on that? It's just resetting it every single time. Right, well, the pattern looks different, so it's doing something differently. Game cycle. Okay, so now in X we still have 0. Why do we have 0 in X? Because we don't want A. We don't want A. No. Instead, we just want to... Oh. Okay, so that's... Okay, get the address of the table contains medical notifications. Alright, that's that. Y. This right here, temp Y, is what has the address. Oh, so I just need to load up temp Y into X. Because that is the column number. Ah! Little restless line. Just going for that. Okay, so I just need to not do that, but I need to just load up X, temp Y. Because that instead... Yeah, that is, the column offset there. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it's 0 right now, which is fine. So it's going to draw a column. Draw a column. Do I store that anywhere? Where do I store that? Up here. Okay. No. Temp Y. Do I increment temp Y? I don't increment temp Y. I increment Y! So that's why it's only drawing the first column. It's not overwrite. Okay. No. Increment that. Load Y, temp Y. There. Okay. So then this one, I don't need to do that there. Instead, I can transfer it to Y. Okay. So this one will load it up for the next loop there. Okay, let's try that. That sounds right. Goes. All right. It's going to draw a column now, right? Yes. Yes, it did. Okay. Temp Y is 1 now. Goes back up to the top and gets the next byte. Shoot. That should only increment every other, but I need something that increments every. That's an odd-even thing. Okay, so instead of reusing a bunch of variables in places, we're going to bg current column res 1. Okay, so this is the current column that's going to be drawn. The offset, the X offset. So this is something that increments every single loop. We're not gonna bother putting that in X because screw it. We're just gonna use that in the address thing. Okay, so up here we need to load up 0 and store that into bg current column. We're also gonna do that up here somewhere. Yeah, right there. And then this guy right here, the address, instead of storing X and crap, instead we're just gonna BG current column there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to do anything with X there. Right, this one doesn't touch current column at all. The BG draw column does not touch current column because it is should be unaware of that. It should actually be unaware of the address in general. All it cares about is the read address for the data. That's all that cares about. Okay. And this stuff, I need to do an even odd thing. Where is that? BG odd. BG odd. Okay. So I check it here and I don't do anything with it. That's fine. So okay. Load up BG odd. Branch on equal to this one. Otherwise, we are loading 0 and storing that into BG odd. If it is equal to 0, loading up 1 and storing that into BG odd. Like that. Okay. And on odd, we are incrementing 10 like that. Flip flop BG odd. Increment read byte every other read. Indexed in temp y. Only draw 32 columns. That? No. Oops. I could do 8 here or 16 here, but I don't want to, because that could cause some issues. Could probably cause some issues with the odd even stuff. So I want to make sure that this actually just works. So we're not going to bother loading y there. Instead, we're not going to count that. Instead, we're going to count. Where is it? BG current column. We're checking that against 32 because that is incremented every single time, right? Yeah. That is incremented every single time we draw something. Okay. No reference to unnamed label. Uh-oh. 184. No reference to that label. Could I do like that? Okay. Where is this location? That's wrong. Let's go here. Okay. So this one should draw the first column, like it's been doing. And then you should flip this bit here, or this byte here. I need to load up FF in that. That one. Because I'm using a bit instruction somewhere else, which looks at the bit 7 and 6, but I'm looking at bit 7, I think. So I need to actually set those bits so it properly flip-flops. Otherwise, it just will start. It would just spin. It just spin. Yeah, it's soft lock. Okay. So current column. Did I draw? I already drew it. Okay. Branch unequal. It's equal. It is equal. So we're loading up FF. Store that there. Load the current column. Compare it to 20. It's not 20. Next loop. Load up Y. Still 0 because we're still on that first byte. But we're on the second half of it, so we're grabbing the second half of it. Yeah, we're grabbing the second ID. Okay, so that is 2. That doesn't seem right. That's this guy right here. 3. No, that should be 1. It's looking at this guy, isn't it? Oh wait, no. That is correct. Never mind, because that's a word table. That's a word table. So it's not the metacolumn ID, it's the offset. The offset contains the offset of the metacolumn address in the table. Okay. Okay. So that's 828A, which sounds correct. Let's see. Go to, what did I say, 828A? Probably 828A. Right? Yeah. A right. Yes, that is correct. Okay. I should draw a column. It did. Yeah, I think it drew the correct one. Oh my goodness. Do the flip-flop stuff. Okay. Equal to Y. Jump. 23. Okay, I think we're actually... There we go. That's better. I fixed it. Okay, now this one is the last one. Draw a column. It's 20. So I'm comparing Y. Comparing Y instead of A. What do you mean that's expected? Where? 189. Okay, we're close. We're getting there. We're making progress. We're making decent progress today. Here, over here, and then just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, and then 32. Oh my goodness, look at that. Okay, that's cool. That's good. All right. So now, I want to do the same thing, essentially, but on the second name table. So, without modifying any of this code now, going to the init code, way over here. So this draws one skyline. Let's draw another one. So we don't need to actually change that. Or that one, to be fair. Because none of these variables are changed inside a draw background, I think. We'll find out. But this needs to be 28. because that is the start of the bottom left name table. This one. Over here. Yeah, 2800. So we're going to start in there. So it's going to draw another skyline off screen over there. In theory. So if that works, I need to start bringing this code back into the game ROM. It only drew one of them. Okay. I mean, it still drew it correctly, but it only drew one of them. Did it draw one then overwrite it or something? Motorcycle. So where is it? Beachy in it right there. That can go away. Okay. Oops, wrong window. Over here. Right, that updates a bunch of attribute data and whatnot. For both name tables. Okay. Now this one writes the first one. No, it doesn't, because it's... What? It's gone. It's not there. Why is it not there? I never called it. How? That'd be why it doesn't do anything. I just told it not to do anything. Okay. Let's try that again, shall we? We're just gonna try that again real quick. Bam, and let's see if... There we go! That's better! Okay. Okay. Keep setting up too many wires. Pull my earbuds out. Okay, so now, again, without changing the background stuff, I'm gonna go to the top here, change the mirroring to vertical, get on the bottom, and just change the second one, this guy right here, to be 24? 24. So, this should draw the two name tables side by side now. In theory. Cycle. Go to location. We can turn that on. Yeah. Otherwise. Oh, okay, there it goes. Hey, okay. And let's watch this break. Oh, shoot. It's gonna... Well, okay, so the attribute stuff isn't gonna work right because it's just gonna clear the same attribute table twice. Don't worry about that. The colors on the second name table are gonna be wrong. Don't worry about it. Just ignore that for now. Bam! Drew a background. Awesome. And it drew another background. Beautiful. Beautiful. Colors are wrong, but that's whatever. That we fixed by just changing this to be to A. No. Yes, to AC. What's the name table addresses for these? Attribute address 27. Oh wait, because 2B. Okay, 27. 27C0. Reassemble that. Right here. Power cycle. And then I don't need that. Bam. There we go. That is wrong. There's something wrong there. Wait, is it wrong? I don't know. Hang on. Because that might have already been there. That might have already been there. Let's motorcycle. So. Okay, we are good. That's okay. It's a little confusing that like the rest of it's still out there. Okay. Okay. We are making progress. We're making good progress. Okay. I may need to change some things up to split out drawing some columns. Well, Yeah. So initially, originally, I want to do all this drawing stuff, without turning the PPU off. Yeah. Figure out doing this without turning the PPU off. So I want to have, I guess, essentially two separate entry points. One that blanks or turns off the PPU and does it faster, and one that does not turn off the PPU, and as a consequence does it a little bit slower, across a few frames. So I can get a transition working with the title screen. But before that, let's take this code that I have, and let's drop that into the game ROM. So what we're doing is we're taking background. I'm gonna copy that. Go to runner. Where are you? This one. Make sure we have a clean working directory, which we probably do not. Do not. What is changed? Background. We are reverting that. Reset that. A bunch of credit stuff that's broken, kind of still. Yeah, credit stuff that's broken. Reverting that. Reset. As well as, we're just going to delete that as well, because we don't need that anymore. Can you arrange a blank space at the bottom of the screen so that you can space your head to turn off the PPU and get more time to upload data before having to turn it back on before the next frame starts? I mean, maybe. I suppose. But I was thinking of, like, actually using that time for something, though, you know? When the screen is scrolling down, or when the title is loaded, I am going to be drawing two skylines like this, right? Yes, I'm going to be drawing two identical skylines essentially. But I'm gonna be. Should I need to? Hang on. I think I do. I don't know, I'm not sure if I need to mirror it that way. I mean, actually, no, I think I do. Okay. Never mind on that then. Well, I probably don't, but I don't want to have to use the two tile rows on the top and the bottom for drawing things. Yeah. So essentially, while I'm scrolling down, so I'll have the screen. So as soon as I hit start, essentially, it pops down to here. And it starts scrolling from there. So the bottom of the screen is will be way up here, right? And as it's scrolling down, it's drawing the playfield and crap in there, right? As it's scrolling down, and then once it gets far enough, once it draws the whole playfield, which I only think takes like 3 frames. So while it's still scrolling down, I want to be able to draw this second name table over here. But I have to wait long enough so that it scrolls far enough down on the second name table. So when I switch over, it doesn't like show part of the stuff I've already drawn, but it's off screen. It's scrolled too far, right? Yeah. If that makes any sense. If I'm making any sense, I hope I am. I really do. I might not be, which is very, very possible. Alright. Let's put that in there, and then we're going to go back up. We're gonna... Yeah, we'll keep that window open. VS, and then... Runner, and then... title is where that happens. So this right here, all this is different now. So all this is actually wrong. We don't need that anymore. I am going to keep some of it in there, though, because I need... oh, that's just, second name table. Okay, this is just second name table. This is where it's starting, second name table. Oh, one thing I do need from over here, at the very top, is an enum. It currently only has one thing in it. Oh, I need this stuff here. Yeah, we're gonna be using that, over here. Is this repeating? It's repeating the same song. Why is it doing that? Come on, don't do that. Not states. No, we're putting this in the BSS, which is not 0 page. Just because, really. Like that. Okay. And then this, I'm going to load up background themes city. That's the enum. Store that into VG theme. Load up 20. Store that into VG name table. I'm gonna load up 0 and store that into BGY start. Oh, that's not 20. That's gonna be 28. I'm gonna take this stuff, pop it down here. This one's going to be 20. Everything else goes away. Like that. Okay. In theory, this shouldn't break anything. It did. Because I defined some things that are not over here. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's just some extra crap that I just didn't define. Trans start I use. Where is trans start? Nowhere. Okay. So this is gonna be BG odd. Res1 BG current column res1 and BG trans start res1. I use tile row. I do not use data pointer because that is metadata pointer. Like that. Let's sort this. Data pointer, BG data pointer. I do have it though. It's not used anywhere. Okay. Okay. We're actually going to come over here, and we're going to remove a bunch of stuff that we don't need. This stuff here. for some other stuff. Meta rows, and then this goes away. Like that. Okay. BGX. Oh, that's in game. Oh, okay. Game. Title. Actually, I don't need to change that stuff. Here. All right. So, load up. Something. Nothing in there. This one is going to be table. This stuff goes away. Background themes city. And we're storing that into VG theme. And we're going to put this up here for consistency's sake. And then you can load up 0 and store that into
Hacker Man. He's the most powerful hacker of all time.
Thick Ogre, thank you very much for that Prime sub. Really do appreciate it. How you doing? Welcome. We're gonna store that into BGY start. I think. Yes, and then we need to make another call to this. On the second name table. Here. But this is going to be 24, like that. Okay, so this should draw the same thing, essentially, but for the second name table. Slashlife, how you doing? Had half an ear open for some time. Still did not make it official. Hey there. Hello. How's your night and or day going? Whichever it is where you currently are. I mean, I'm alive. It's scared? Screed? Scared? Why are you scared? Okay, so this one, recent files far. Okay, so April. Okay, that. Oh, because Sprite 0 crap. That's. Well, I mean. Well, that's interesting. That's. Incorrect. It's incorrect. No, it's I'm always creeping in your streams. Inspire me to stop being lazy and work on my projects. Good. Well, thank you. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Thank you so much for that Prime sub. Yeah, and welcome. I got run by a bicycle. Oh no! The bike got running a red light. Oh man. So that's one of the things I really hate is people running red lights. Unfortunately, where I am, they do it all the time. Like every day on my way home from work, I will see, if I'm paying attention, like 3 people run red lights. Some of them are even on the same light, like the exact same intersection, the exact same time. Like 2 or more people will run the same light. I don't think I'm assuming. As soon as I can prove that I had green, I'll be the guilty party considering how to. Oh no! Oh no! See, that's rough right there. That's rough. You doing all right though? You know, no broken legs or anything? Broken arms? So all right. I need to step through some of this stuff. I think. Oh, actually, at the end of all this, let's load up something so we can draw correctly. PPU something horizontal. Control horizontal. Massachusetts drivers are only outmatched in insanity by the pedestrians and cyclists. Right? Well, at least like in downtown Boston, they enforce bicycle rules. Yeah, which is nice. Yeah, I'm physically fine, just shaking. Yeah, okay. Like, I could have been killed. Cars are scary things. I'm panicking about upcoming proceedings. Yeah, that's not gonna be fun. Good luck though. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, hope it turns out alright for you. PPU, CTO, and store that into, what's the controller? I should really put a thing for this. 1,000, I think. I should know this by now. I should probably have a constant for it, but I haven't because I'm lazy. PPU, and then registers, and then control register is 2,000. I was right. Okay. Thank you for the file. Appreciate it. Okay, so now it'll actually draw the friggin' attribute table correctly. Thank you again for that. And other things like the title will draw correctly instead of drawing on the side of the friggin' screen now. Because I think that's what a bunch of this is. Yeah, this is like part of the title crap or whatever. It's yeah. Yes, let's. Okay, nothing to be done. Okay, so I already assembled that. Come on, look at this. Game. For a second. Okay. It's still not quite right. Okay, so we're gonna have to step through some of this, I think. We're gonna have to step through some of this. Let me make sure I am actually opening up the right ROM, the correct ROM. I am, okay. The only worst that can happen considering I'm unharmed with the damage should easily be able to pay off within 2 or 3 months of salary. I'm banned from obtaining a driver's license for a year or 2. Not going to happen. And the thing that poses me off, pisses you off most of all, the public notion that this whole crap is my fault when I got run over by a red light running car when I had a green. Yeah. That would infuriate me too. Yeah, that would absolutely infuriate me. Yeah, having to prove that he was in the wrong. Instead of being like, hey, I got hit. I mean, I can understand it, though, because there are people out there that would abuse that system. Thank you for that file. Appreciate it. I mean, heck, I've seen... That's why dash cams over in Russia and such are so common, is because of people trying to game the system, trying to scam people out of insurance money. So like you'll see a car come to a complete stop, and then a pedestrian like jump on the hood and be like, "Oh, you hit me!" At which point the Russian gets out of the car and beats the life out of the guy. Yeah, same here. I've been meaning to get one for a long while, and I just haven't yet. I really need to. I really do. So maybe like this next paycheck. Who knows? Yeah, but tonight I would have needed it. Yeah, because then it would have made things completely cut and dry, absolutely cut and dry. Yeah. Okay, so we need to step through some of the stuff here. Actually, let's. There's 1 or 2 down. Okay, that's one of them. All right, 1, 2. So go there. Let's see if this wants to crash on me. Title. It did. Okay. Sour, it's broken. Sour, fix it. Sour, fix it. What is that? It's like a... Error details. Argument out of range exception. Index is out of range. Must be non-negative and less than the size of collection. Okay, yeah, so it's... Sour, you broke it. What did you do to it? Why'd you break it? I'm sorry for whining. Okay. Frame title. No. I want the NMI title. I want the title of nits. Where are you? Text done. So, oh, this is part of it. There it is. Right there. Okay. Sounds like that stupid channel bot I encountered yesterday. It's channel bot. No, Sour's the guy that maintains Messin. Let's go over here, and we want to come over that one. What else do I have? I have 2 of these open. Bet all, bet 100, bet 30. So bet 0, and it broke. Did it give you everything? Yeah. Oh yeah, what's that? Yeah. So response. So you cannot bet a negative amount. Well, it didn't let you. It just, I guess the error message isn't correct there. Cannot, not allowed. Yeah. So yeah, like a normal person would go in, would go to a bar and try to, you know, order a beer, order 2 beers, order 6 beers. A software dev goes into a bar, tries to order -1 beers, null beers, tries to order a horse. Can I remember the actual message? But I should not. Excellent. Wait, 0% of my points are negative? Right. Okay, so mask stuff, address, palette stuff, okay. That's fine, whatever. Clear sprites, clear name table stuff that I can actually rewrite to be a heck of a lot faster. And then clear attribute tables I can also write to be a lot faster. So the screen isn't blank for this many frames. All right. Can I force refresh on this? That high. View refresh. Darn it. So the name table. Draw the background. Transition. It drew a transition. Right, it's starting at the bottom. It's starting at the bottom. That's good. Draw a screen. It drew a screen. Good. Yes. Draw the off-screen skyline. 22 is incorrect. It should be 24, actually. Not even. No, that should be 2000. Why is it 20? So that's why it's broken, is because it's drawing it right there. And then it's drawing some other crap on top of it. Yeah, so, okay, well, it's friggin'... And it's drawing it vertically over here for some reason. Alright, title, where's the start of this? Name to 22, like why? 0, darn it, 0. Can you control horizontal? Let's draw horizontal, right? I think? Probably? I think? Yeah. Load store, okay. So my hotkeys are broken now, by the way, because I downloaded a new see, there we go. That's what we wanted. A new build of this of Messin. Then apparently my hotkeys are broken. Whoops. Yeah. So that's good. So we're going to up the scan line thing for display of the preview data. Eventually, here it should swap. There it goes. Okay. So the fact that we're getting 2 different things, it looks like a garbled mess here and not on the screen over here, means that we're hitting the sprite 0 correctly, which is good. That's good. That is good news. Okay. We don't really need that open. We're gonna keep it open for now, I suppose. But over there. Goodness, I I can feel the windows lagging. Oh boy. Yeah, that event viewer takes up some resources. Good lord. All right, so start game. Let's see what happens. Wow. Okay, it almost got it correct. Almost. It's not quite correct. Some of the name tables are screwy. Bam. Like, it's drawing level vertically, so it's screwing that up somewhere. What? Which is probably why there's a green whatever here. What is that? Is that this one? Maybe. Because that's probably like. Yeah. Okay. So that's just screwing that up royally. Horizontal. Okay. Draw background. This stuff should still be horizontal. So it draws the whole background correctly. Where is it breaking? Why is it breaking? Why is it breaking there? Like, I was drawing the background, that background stuff. You know what? Hang on. Let me actually go into the background one. And before I return from the draw background, this guy right here, before I return, I need to put it back in horizontal. Like that. So I'm in a known state when I come out of that. The horizontal state. Alright, that worked. Let's see how this one works. Okay, that was it. That was it. So I was drawing horizontal data vertically. which kind of screws with a few things, I would think. But yeah, so now that we got that squared away, cool. Yeah, so let's go ahead and die. There it goes. Game over. Title takes a few frames. We're gonna cut that down a bunch. We're going to cut that down a lot, actually. So over here, we're gonna go over to utils. Name table. We are gonna change the name table one to clear name table. Clear fill name table, whatever. We're going to start with the attribute table, however. Clear attribute table. Okay, we're loading 8. Right? Because 8 and 8, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There. So now, clear attribute table goes a lot faster. So we partially unrolled that. Let's do the same thing for name table. Actually, let's get some macros in here. cc65.github.io. Mr. Bankster, how you doing? Did you go to MIT? I did not go to MIT. No. Documentation. CA, and then what was it? Repeat or commands. Or something. Repeat. Repeat all the commands between repeat and repeat constant number of times. Okay, that'll work. Name table. This right here. So this is going to be simpler. Dot repeat. Dot end repeat. This is going to repeat 32 times because screw it. And we're getting rid of that, and we're just making this 30. And then we're gonna decrement X like that and not worry about anything else. There we go. So we're gonna unroll that one as well. So this macro should expand this to 32 lines of that. Yeah, because I mean I have the ROM space for it, so screw it. Let's just screw it. I don't, well. Where's the game init? Can I switch to source view? Game. Bam. And then we're gonna. Yeah, we'll stay switch, I suppose. Start game. There. Okay. Okay, so where it is right now. Okay, so it's on the second name table. Ideally, I want that to be on the first name table. Eventually, I want that to stay on the first name table and not blank anything out. Stream elements. Stream elements bot uses -0 and never +0 or unsigned 0. Really? Really? Alright, but that's okay there. So gonna do that. And I do want the event viewer because I want to see how long this takes. Okay. Skipping NMI, cool. Mask off. That turns off the PPU. Set up vertical. So that sets up the mirroring. Okay, so that swapped around where things were. Yeah. Control. Clear sprites. Loads up the sprites to the thing, doesn't it? No? What does clear sprites do? It actually clears the address stuff. Oh. Alright, fine, whatever. That's whatever. It's not important. Let's step back. Okay, I think the worst aspect of that is that there is a distinction between 3 different zeros, and it can actually matter at times. Right. Yeah. Clear name table 0. Bam. See? So that happens so much faster now. Although, I don't actually want to clear name tables like that anymore. I don't want to clear the name tables. Because clearing them is just like blanket, like, oh, I don't know what was there, but we just need to start over and with a clean slate, and we're going to draw over it again. But I'm already drawing the entire screen, so I don't need to clear it. I just need to draw on it. See, we're gonna actually remove that stuff. We are not going to clear the name tables. We're just not, because we are going to be drawing over all of them. We're drawing the background. We're drawing the play area, and a little bit of the status bar, which probably will not look correct at the start because I don't think I cleared stuff for the status bar, which is fine for now because I haven't really done anything with the status bar yet, except put some text down there. Title, whatever. So we go over here and then over here. That, and we're gonna hit start. Okay, and we're gonna start doing stuff. Change the mirror mode. Clear the sprites, which is in memory, which takes far too long. I need to unroll that as well, I think, a little bit. Clearing the attribute tables, which is important. I do need to do that because I rewrite those. No. Palette address stuff. Load the palettes. I don't write them to the PPU right yet because I still need to modify them here. This guy, I don't need to write the first name table. So this one doesn't even happen. Actually, 24 there. That, and I only need to do it once. I only need to do it once because I already drew it when I drew the title screen stuff. So I don't need to do it again. Okay. A. Scroll down a bunch. All right, now we're there. Good. The sprites, which again I need to fix, make quicker. Yeah, I'm not sure if I even need to like go through all the sprites there. I might just be able to blank it out. Like the IDs, just the IDs. I need to blank out. Yeah. Palette stuff. Okay. city theme, the second name table. Because currently that's mirroring what's on the first name table, but I don't want that. It's different data, so I do need to redraw that one. And it redrew it. Good, and it wrote the palette stuff. Yes. Because on both of them, regardless of the name table it draws on, it still rewrites the palette stuff. Okay. Good. See, that would have to be broken up across at least 4 frames. I'm thinking, at least 4. Probably 5 or 6, maybe. But that's still not terrible. Bringing over like 6 frames, because I could have like an animation transition thing of just sprites, where I'm like putting the player character on screen. Yeah. So that's not entirely terrible. Attribute data. Draw attribute row. Alright, yeah. Draw some attribute stuff. What is this? 27D8. That's 27D8. 27D8? Attribute stuff again. Okay, that's fine. I'm not sure. Yeah, I should have just read the rest of the freaking code. Initialize a bunch of crap. Yep. Oh, so now I need to start generating stuff on the second name table. So pretend that I already drew everything on the first one. Yeah, so I need to initialize the playfield. The first 16 columns, meta columns, those need to all be zeros. Yeah. Because it will draw over those again. It's gonna draw over them here soon. So 0 stuff. It didn't even draw the Oh, well, here's some sprite loop stuff. 1, 2, 3, and 4. What's this going to? 10 counters, 8 compared to 8. Okay. More sprite stuff. Oh. Okay. There it goes. Okay. All right. Pause sprites. This is only like what, 4 of them? What am I doing with all this stuff? Why am I pushing stuff to the stack here? PHA. I am just pushing stuff to the stack. Oh no. Okay. PHP. Okay. I'm taking it off the stack. Never mind. It's pushed on there, so it's 80. It's on the stack now, and then I take it off the stack right there. Got it. Okay, we're still fine. Status bar stuff. Okay. Shy guy, how you doing? Welcome. This is writing like score or something. I'm here to learn the ways of the code. How's your day going, Shy guy? I've made some significant progress on this stuff. Okay, so now it's gonna redraw that stuff over there, which it doesn't need to do. It doesn't need to redraw that. It just needs to populate the memory location to mirror what I already know is there, essentially. Or I can just I could just call some of these routines a bunch in the title in it. No. Oh, wait a minute. Because there are 2 entry points into the game. There's from the title screen, and there's also from the game over screen. So if you hit start on the game over screen, it brings you back to the title screen. If you hit select on the title screen, it restarts the same level again, with the same seed. It doesn't reseed itself. So you can play the same level over and over and over again just to see if you can get a higher score, right? Without having to like write down the seed number and re-entering it and all that kind of crap. Shoot. So I need to take a bunch of the code that I'm using to... I need to take the code that I'm using to initialize the blank area. I need to break that out somewhere else. I need to make that callable, both from... Because I need to call it from the title, and I also need to call it from the game over code. Shoot. Alright. Well, I'll get there. But it's generate more columns, and eventually here it should start generating. Okay, so it doesn't generate any actual obstacles yet, which is fine. Now it's drawing that status bar row thing, which I need to unroll, I think. Because that takes too long. It just takes too long. It's a single byte that I'm just repeatedly writing to the screen. So I need to unroll that a bunch, so it happens a lot faster. Yeah. Okay, so let's start optimizing some of this stuff. All right. You know, let's make this easier to read. Repeat 8. So this is a macro that again that'll just expand this or write whatever's inside of it that many times. In this case, 8. I'm doing the same thing up here for the clearing the name table, but I'm doing it 32 times instead of 8. Let's see, where's the clear sprites? Because that one. This one right here. Yeah, that one we need to... Yeah, load A, that needs to happen once, number 1. We don't need to keep doing that. Oh, shoot, X needs to actually do that. Okay, well... I'm thinking here. Again, I need multiple. That's not okay. So this is just going to be dot repeat 4 times. Like that. Or and repeat over there like that. So that should unroll the clear sprites a little bit, and it shouldn't break anything. Shouldn't break anything. I'll find out if it actually does or not. Load palettes, I think right palettes is in a different file. Because of course it is. Into hex, leave it there like that. Game, okay. Where are we? Status bar stuff. Right, no, vertical, no. Where is the sprite 0 line? Interrupt everywhere. 8. No. No, we're not doing that. We're doing that instead. Because an attribute row is just 8 across. So we're just going to write 8 times like that. So that's that. Where? No, okay, well, I need to loot for the. This right here. Okay. 32. Let's just screw it. Let's just load up A. Get rid of that. Repeat. 32. Screw it. That one. Put it there, and then just get rid of all this crap. Because whatever, we don't need it. Yeah, so essentially I'm sacrificing ROM space for speed. For fewer cycles. And right now I've got plenty of ROM space, so I'm not too worried about it, but what I am more worried about is getting this stuff done faster because I want to keep the screen on, remember? So a lot of this needs to happen in... Or all of it actually needs to happen during the NMI period. So I don't need this going on anymore. Yeah, so I need to make this stuff fast. There we go. So eventually, I do not want to skip NMI. Essentially. Clear sprites. Still a little slow, because that I didn't reload or something, didn't I? Okay, alright. Still hits the top of the name table, which I don't particularly like. Or the top of the draw. Yeah. Actually table 0 and 1. That's better like that. Load palettes, fine. Background stuff. Only drawing one background. Okay, that's gonna take a few frames. Attribute data. Bam! Oh goodness, that was half of a scan line that took. Half of a scan line. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Okay, this initialization stuff should happen. Well, it can happen during the frame. Let's see the RNG seed stuff. Like a lot of this stuff can happen during the frame, during the draw. It'll only take like a single frame for that as well. In fact, I think that's where I want to move the sprite stuff. You know. So there'll be like, yeah, a loading game NMI and frame handler. And then at the end of that, once everything's loaded, or like an init kind of handler for both of them, where it draws things to the screen, and once it's done with that, it drops into the entry point for everything here. Yeah. I'm getting there. I'll get there eventually. Like, and all this stuff here can happen like during the draw of the frame. This is all sprite stuff that I wouldn't be drawing. In fact, I can even turn off drawing sprites during that scroll transition thing. Yeah, so I wouldn't have to worry about doing stuff during clearing the sprites during NMI. I wouldn't have to worry about making that really faster at all, because I'd have a lot of time to work on that. I'd had a lot of time to clear those. All right, so we're gonna go down there. All right, and then this is what would need to be broken out a little bit. Yeah. So that's what, like 3 or so frames? 4 frames? Let's actually count. This is gonna break, actually. If I hit select here. Yeah, see that broke because I need to redraw a bunch of that stuff. And the collision's probably all screwy too. On the first table there. It's probably really screwy, actually. Because the game over screen wouldn't have cleared that. Okay. So from here, we've got 1, 2 frames. 2 frames. Wow. Okay. Okay. So that means I should be able to fit all of the non-drawing code into a single frame, which is beautiful. That should work just fine. So the only thing I would need to worry about across frames is the code that draws to the screen. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And I figure I could draw. I could probably draw that out a bunch too. If I, like, for instance, animate the little guy coming onto screen, like have him like walk from off screen. Yeah. Wow. Or like come out of the bushes or something. Wouldn't that be funny? He falls out of the bushes. He just appears. Like that Homer GIF, but like backwards. Right? You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Get the... There it is. What? This one, but backwards, right? So the character just, like, comes out of the frame, or out of the bushes, instead of into him, at the very start of the game. I wonder how hard that would be. I'd have to first, like, draw a character here, a proper character, because I mean, like I mentioned before, this is just a placeholder. If I can code it, thank you for those bits. Appreciate it. Yeah. Oh, I do need to commit though. I haven't. Oh. Yeah, I haven't committed yet because JoJo isn't here yelling at me for it. Oh, I have a window open for. What is my stats? What is this? What is this crap? I don't need to do that. Probably. There you are, JoJo. How you doing? Just talking about you. Just wondering where you were, because I wasn't getting spammed with the commit command. How's your night going? How's you spreading? There it is. There it is. Thank you, JoJo. Appreciate it. What is this? This I don't need to actually. I'm probably gonna nuke all this stuff in here. Actually, buffer stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna ignore that for now. Oh, it's a class. Okay, it ends at 8:30. Evening classes. All right. I was actually taking evening classes towards the end of my my schooling. I liked them a lot. Except when I would actually sleep through them. That wasn't so great. Alright, so, I made a bunch of progress where I, fixed the background drawing. Mostly. A bunch of it. Actually, you know what? Hang on, I'm not even sure. Of course that doesn't work anymore. Paul doesn't work. None of the keybinds work on the screen anymore. Great. Beautiful. Okay, init title. Okay, so there is still something there, but it's not as bad. Alright. I'll have to figure out what that is specifically. I have a feeling it's like writing palettes to the Like the PPU or something like that. Have to go. Catch you soon. All right. You have a good night, Rock and Coder. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. I took advanced English in high school, and the papers we went over today were really bad. I was honestly shocked. I don't know. In my case, I'm just retaking a class I took in high school, so it's easy. All right. You have a good night, Viking. Yeah, so before, I had like 2 frames that had all kinds of artifacts on them. There was just rainbow artifacts. Now, I've only got like 1? Yeah, only 1 frame now that has those rainbow artifacts. So, I was working on a test ROM earlier, where I optimized a bunch of the stuff drawing on the screen. So instead of drawing the title screen over like 4 frames, I got that down to 2 frames. And the motivation behind that is trying to get rid of some of those artifacts. So let me high score back over here. Okay. So do I still have it open? I do. Good. So I'm just gonna hit F7 to go through the scan lines. So things happen a lot faster now. But I like rainbows. Yeah, but not when you're not supposed to. Not when we're not supposed to see them. Does repeat actually do anything? Oh. Oh man. Okay, so I am in source code view. Repeat is a directive that repeats this whatever's in the block X amount of times. So if I come out of this in that mode and I step into one, yeah, that's what I'm stepping into. Oh boy. So in order for the source code view to work correctly, he needs to expand macros. Specifically ones like that. That's interesting. Alright, but this is just, blasting the PPU with a bunch of stuff. So clearing a name table. Yeah, this happens pretty freaking fast. Over only a few, well, relatively few scan lines. Bam. So one name table's already cleared. We're only like a 5th of the way down the screen, 6th of the way maybe. Down the yeah, done drawing the screen. So Kingdom Hearts 3 came out today. Are you planning on getting it? I haven't played any of the Kingdom Hearts games, so no. Cleaning the attribute table. Second name table. And the second attribute table. All within the span of a single frame. Which is great. And this right here is what I was working on earlier today. Over the weekend mostly. Because I started doing it over the weekend and then broke it. And didn't finish it over the weekend. I think I finished it today, so I did. So before, I had like 6 variables that I was writing to define parts of things. Where to draw crap on the screen or whatever. But I was thinking about it, I'm like, wait a minute, hang on. There's only like 3 pieces of data I actually need there. The theme to draw. The name table to draw on. And the row to start on. And arguably, I don't even need that 3rd one. Sorry today, I like the gameplay, but once I get back into the feel good friends stuff, I was like, ugh. Oh, yeah, well. Yeah, I didn't grow up with the Kingdom Hearts stuff, but, oh. On a related note, though, if you guys know Barry Kramer of Gaming Grumps fame, he's huh? Well, yeah, that's his emote anyway. Yeah, he made a Kingdom Hearts what's it? A video about the lore, and it was amazing. Number one, so definitely a good watch if you're a Kingdom Hearts fan. You're doing this here. Oh, nice. Let me get a video because he was actually making it on stream too. So. No. It's like a half-an-hour video, but it's hilarious. And I think it explains the lore of Kingdom Hearts fairly well, fairly decently, and just how crazy and bonkers it is. What if I have to wait until after I play through the first 8 or so Dragon Warrior games? Alright. Alright, so, yeah, so this draw background I made a lot more efficient and better. So that's one name table. That's half of it. I can still make it better, probably. I do need to split it up to be able to be done during NMI as well. The PlayStation we got out of yard sale scratched the circle into... Oh no! Bought 2 to replace it. Oh, bought Kingdom Hearts 2 to replace it? That's unfortunate. There we go. Okay. So that's still the what takes up the most time is drawing those backgrounds, the skylines. And then this is... What is this? Document. What are we storing here? We're storing A. Oh, this is... 2, 1... That's attribute stuff. Attributes for Skyline. Okay, so I need to make that faster as well. I need to remove that. I need to unroll that loop. Okay. But yeah, so it's faster. It's funny, Kingdom Hearts was the only new game I bought when we got it. All the other games came from the yard sale. Really? I think a Slim PS2 is original. Nice. Nice. I don't have a PS2. I have a broken PS3 and a working PS4. Titles. We're gonna further optimize some of this stuff. So where is this stuff here? Okay, so 24. Come back to that one. Oh, that's at least the first 3 Dragon Warrior games. You're gonna play 8 of them? Oh, never play the later ones. Okay, that makes more sense. This is Skyline attributes. What's all that attribute stuff? Actually, you know what? So again, I don't need to clear the name tables. Oops. I need to clear the attribute tables, but not the name tables. And even then, arguably, I don't need to clear the attribute tables, because I should be rewriting those later on. Like, once for the Skyline stuff. During the draw of the playfield and generation, because I do plan on keeping track of name table data for meta columns eventually. Not yet, though. And I'll just need to rewrite the stuff on the status bar, because that's all static down there. Yeah. Title stuff. Text. Things done. Frame point. Scroll. Okay, so this up here then. Attributes for Skyline. Where do I set the other attributes? Hang on. I clear them up there. Where do I set the other ones? 55. For both of those things. Alright, screw it, let's just do a repeat 24 on this. Just screw it. Why not? Whatever. You have plenty of ROM space. Why not? Yeah. But I have one. But I now have the 4 NES titles here. The 2 non-remake Super Famicom titles, 5 and 6 coming. Okay. Which will probably apply the available translation patches. And then I'm fairly sure that I have 7 and 8 PlayStation bases too. Okay, nice. Did I have some of that? Yes, I did. Okay. There's the NES at 6? I broke things. What? Why did that break? Excuse me? Okay. Probably because I'm an idiot and did something stupid. Yeah, because I didn't reload A. There we have it, because I didn't load anything in A. What was I supposed to load in A? 55, I think? Probably. Hopefully. Let's find out. Let's find out together. First 4 on the NES, next 2 are Super Famicom, or SNES, and PS2 or PlayStation PS2. There we go. See, now it's not broken. We're good. Okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Alright, I'm gonna commit this, but there's a caveat that the select on the game screen is gonna be broken. On the game over screen, rather. Yeah, we're putting all that stuff in there. And let's repeat stuff. Okay, it's a bunch of cycle optimizations. Okay, credits. Oh, that's... No, I'm not touching that yet. So this one... I'm not touching the credit stuff yet. Because that's still broken. Oh, and this is just the entire thing. Okay. Alright, write a bunch of background code. Rewrite background code, optimize some stuff. Okay. 7 was PlayStation, 8 was PlayStation 2. Alright. The background drawing routines have been rewritten for a slightly different storage format, split up into more tables, and it has also been optimized. In your assembly, do you specify the end of a function, or does it go to the next label? Yeah, functions fall through by default unless you put a jump, branch, RTS, whatever at the end. Yeah. So essentially, for quote-unquote functions, which is why I'm calling them routines here, because they're not strictly functions. But a good example is actually the background stuff that I was doing earlier. So this draw background, I am treating like a function. So in assembly, I can't like pass parameters to a function, right? So instead, I got to store them somewhere. So I store the 3 variables. I store data in 3 variables, right? And then I call this routine, or I JSR to it. And what a JSR does is it stores the address of the next instruction -1 into the stack. It puts that in the stack and then jumps to whatever label it is, right? So if I go over to backgrounds now, and go to draw background, then this JSRs to a bunch of other things, which do the exact same thing, right? It puts an address on the stack and then jumps to a label. Then, at the end of where I define the function is, the end function as it were, there's an RTS. Now, RTS is your return function, your return statement, essentially. What that does is it pulls an address off of the stack and puts that into the program counter. It puts that into the address of the current running instruction, right? So once it does that, the instruction is over. And at that point, the processor takes over, or the internals of the processor takes over, and it goes to the next instruction. So it adds 1 to that program counter and executes whatever's there. So that's why why JSR grabs the next instruction -1, that address, and puts it onto the stack. So yeah, so a JSR is essentially like a call and return. Expecting a return, and RTS is the return to whatever's on the stack. Now, these don't need to be used in conjunction. There are some tricks that use an RTS without a JSR. The RTS trick is one of them. There are probably others. I don't know why you'd use a JSR without an RTS, other than just filling up the stack. I don't know. That's probably something there for it. I don't know. But yeah, all these functions, all these labels are essentially fall through. These there's no opcode for these. The string isn't in the ROM at all. Instead, what happens during the assembly part of it, whenever this is used somewhere, like right here, it instead replaces that string with whatever address is the next instruction. So it replaces that string with the address of this JSR instruction at link time, not at assemble time, but at link time, when it links everything together into the final binary. So hopefully that clears it up a little bit. All right, so I thought it was a bunch. Bunch of loops have been either partially or fully unrolled, e.g. writing name table and attribute table data. Let's see. Not much and made simpler. Now only 3 points of data are needed to start drawing a background. Name table. Name table. row and back and theme ID. No. So that's all of that stuff. Let's see. So that's just some unrolling things and the new call format for that. Runner is just stuff at the background stuff, and yeah, nothing else. Okay. Title. Undoing the cleaning. I'm gonna remove those. I'm not gonna uncomment them. I'm gonna remove them instead. Over there and there, because those aren't needed anymore. Yeah. Actually, do I? Yeah, so. Actually, so Skyline. Okay, try the Oscars. Cursor stuff, rainbow stuff, loop something or other. Text. Actually, I don't think it should be blank then, should it, when it starts up? It is, though. So it does clear that, apparently. Where does it clear that? Was I clearing it twice? Uh-oh. 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 It doesn't like me. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I broke it. Oh, boy, look at that. Look at that. It does not like me. It does not like me. It won't move. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I broke it. I broke it. I broke it. It's gone now. It's gone now. Detail. No. Yeah. Details. Where is it? Lesson. Edit. Yeah. There it is. Whew. Oh. Who would have thought that emulating the Nintendo Entertainment System took so many resources? I suppose that happens though when you have all kinds of windows open, all updating during the frame. Maybe I should turn that off. Not that one. We're gonna open that one there. Yes, that doesn't seem right. Like, I removed where it cleared the name tables, so they shouldn't be like blank like that. Why do I have the frame counter on? I don't need that on there. Okay, where is it? Okay, so wait, do I like do that in the main end of things? Where do I clear that? That might actually be cleared in the init. Which is fine, I guess. Yeah, okay, it's cleared in the init. Over here. Well, that's fine, I guess. But that means that it won't necessarily be clear if I say go into the high scores and come back out of it. So like I said, yeah, well, you know, there you have it. Yeah, so like I suspected, I wasn't actually clearing any of the stuff in the title init. I was clearing that in the ROM init. So That's half expected. That's actually half expected. It's funny, but half expected. Ah, boy. All right. Yeah, so I need to do it, don't I? But I don't need to like clear the entire name table, though. I only need to clear like the top 2/3 ish. What does that end at? 23A0. I think functions in Go should fall if there's no return. What? No, actually, that's a terrible idea. 23A0. Let's divide that by 20. 11D. That's not 200 some odd lines. Oh shoot! I was in the middle of committing. Thank you for that. Right. What is this? This is credit stuff. This is still actually broken. But nothing's actually changed there. Air credits, attribute stuff. Spoilers. It's still broken. Stage that. Commit. Yeah. What is stashed here? Stash pop. What is this? Okay, we have some conflicts. B is local, right? Okay, so I want to keep B for that. And my odd. That's over there. Yeah, I got this. Okay. Let's see. Alright, whatever. Fine, but I'm gonna put this in the zone binder, I think. Unsolved conflicts 5. Oh boy. Alright, so let's start at the top. No, B on that one. B on that one. No source line. And then B again. No source line. No, we're not taking C at all. We're taking B. And again, we're taking B. So there should be there. What is this? B. Good. B. Good. 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 Yeah, okay, I'm gonna put this in its own. What is this? Oh, I took it. Oh boy. All right. Well, I'll put C there, and then C, and then C. Oh boy. Send it. That is the attribute. So this is some stuff I did. I started to do, I think, over the weekend, where I wanted to split out updates to some things across a few frames. I don't think I will need to, at least not that drastically. Let's see. So this, I'll go back up. I'll go down. No source line. No, we need that one to be C, actually. As well as that, and as well as that. Right there. That's the end of it. So Okay, I'm gonna save that. Alright. Drop that. Create a branch. There we go. Code to update attribute stuff across frames. Start adding code to attribute stuff. Here stuff. Alright, that's usually across frames. There it goes. And then we're gonna check out this branch and ignore everything else from over there because whatever. Okay, so now we're gonna go over here. Oh, good. Over here, and then make good, and then we're gonna go over here and make sure that it's still broken the same way. Essentially. So enter seed, and then we can go over here and bam. That's it. Alright. Well, I mean, yeah, that's expected, I guess. There we go, there's that one. Credits. Okay, this one will still be broken a little bit. So I fixed... I half fixed it, the re-entry, into the screen. So if I exit out right there... Okay, so again, I didn't redraw some stuff, so whatever. And if I re-enter, it draws the correct tiles, but the attributes are all screwed up, so the wrong person is going to get the flashy bits. There it is. There it is. So that's incorrect. So I need to fix that. And then it updates it on the incorrectly. So it's drawing the attribute stuff in the middle of the screen right now, essentially. So there it goes. It needs to not do that. It just gets worse and worse when I do that. Alright, well. Alright, so the status bar area isn't cleared at all, it looks like, across a lot of different a lot of different portions here. Which I mean, I haven't actually done anything there yet. Whatever. So, you know, I was using some sloppy code. Well, no, kind of sloppy, lazy code to just clear everything. Screw it, and not really worrying about what I was doing. Instead of doing things properly, I think. So, this is a step in the right direction. I think, even though it looks uglier, it allows me to see what I still need to do, including when I hit start here, like. Half the screen isn't drawn, and I'm not even sure if these collide. Okay, they do collide. That's good. Yeah. So like, you can see exactly where that name table stops and starts. It's a full screen, really. So, but surprisingly, that's like the only it's the only broken part because I still redraw the play field. I haven't broken that out into its own thing yet, so that's why that's not broken. Okay. That will be broken eventually. Not yet, though. Not yet, though. Okay. I'm gonna refill my water and go to the bathroom real quick. Yeah, I'll be right back. Thank you. Why is it working fine? What's wrong? What did I do wrong? It should be broken. Alright, so yeah, let's write something to clear at least that bit of the title screen. And let's get a screen that I know is broken. There we go. Okay, so now I can see exactly where it stops and starts. So, oh, it's just the first name table, isn't it? 21 to 23A, whatever. Okay. So that's what. Let me go into the scores over here and then that. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 18 rows. Okay. Excuse me. What up? Not hex, just 18. Dot repeat 32. Story 7. I need to do a thing here. Yeah, hang on. Decrement X, branch not equal to there. But I need to tell it where to start drawing this thing, then that's gonna be at somewhere else. 21 something or other. 2180. We're gonna do that 18 times. Draw 18 rows. Oh, that's gonna be out of range, isn't it? That's gonna be out of range. It's not? Really? Really? 32 times 3. It's not, wow, okay, I guess not. Yeah. So it's, wow, that just barely fits in the into that. Okay. That's cool. Right, because I didn't tell it what to put there. I just told it to put a thing there, and it put a thing there. That's for sure. I don't know why this last row is different. Oh, because it switches the name table. That's why. Because sprite 0 hit happens and things and all that. Yeah, so it'll load up A to be 20, I think. Yeah, it's what? Sure. Let's just try that. I forgot the keybind doesn't work anymore because of course not. See, there we go. Okay, now when we go to some other screen and then hit start, there we go. Say we got something better now. And if we go over to somewhere, change game state. Do frame. Okay, again, we still have two chunks where it writes something wonky or draws something wonky to the screen. I don't like that. Proceed. It doesn't do it there. You know, I could probably just, instead of clearing the whole screen here, I have a lot of real estate that I don't do anything with, so I could just, like, not scroll the screen with. Oh, I'd have to move this crap down, though, and put it there. Oh, jeez. I was thinking, like, I could have the skyline there, but that means I'd have to move all of this stuff down a bunch. And I do not want to do that tonight, that's for sure. Maybe I'll stream sometime. We'll see. We'll see. Cause that's doable. Right? That's doable. A again, and then 1. See, there it is again. Yep. Just the title screen. It's like 3 frames for that. And the credits. 1, 2, 3-ish. That one. Okay, so this one doesn't start correctly. It starts drawing a bunch down the screen. We're outside of NMI. So it turned the PPU on outside of NMI. So I need to fix that. Because the init turns the PPU on and it shouldn't. Oh. Oh, it doesn't. No, that's not it. That right here. What is that? 2001? 1. Okay, it should just be PPU mask. But that shouldn't be there. Instead, we need to load up $FF and store that into turn PPU on. There. So the PPU is only turned off and turned on during NMI. Because the entry, when we enter these init routines, we're guaranteed to be in NMI, because that's what it's called. It's the first thing essentially that happens in NMI. When it's not skipped anyway. Gotta go have a good dream. All right, thank you for stopping by, JoJo. You have a good night. It's just so it's game state as so long as it's not skipped, essentially. And it might turn the PPU back on, but that's whatever. But this is the very top of the NMI that happens. Yeah, and these individual NMI handlers are the ones that draw the sprites if they need to, or draw the palettes if they need to. Yeah, because I don't need to be updating these sprites, for instance, when I don't have any sprites on screen doing anything, like during the scroll, which will give me more time to do other things, like draw parts of the screen. So yeah, in fact, while I'm scrolling, where's the... Oh, I can just hit the escape here. This one. So I hit start here. Alright, change game state. I'm going to bring up this guy. I'm going to close it after, because I think this is the window that bugs everything out. Actually, I could just hit that, and then I can hit start again. No, I didn't want to break there. I want to break somewhere else. Not init title. NMI title. No, frame title. Where's the frame title? So I'll go with this guy here. That's what I want. Start. Okay. This is the very start of where all the transition stuff happens, right? So I'm gonna minimize that a little bit. I'm going to go scan line by scan line here. So what does this wait for? Not even sure. It's waiting for spray 0 to hit. Whatever. Alright, because the next frame is when it actually starts doing things. So this NMI, I don't think it does much. The first one. Let's do F11. Yeah, I don't think this first NMI does anything. Come on, almost down to the bottom there. Almost there. There it goes. Okay. It turns the PV on for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. It shouldn't have. Because it's already on. No change, but we're going into a pointer. Okay, so this is the first NMI for things, right? And at this point, I'm not... Oh, I do need to draw the... Or not draw, but... do the sprites at, like... At least once. At least once. Somewhere. Yeah. Alright, now it's waiting again. So, I guess that one I didn't do this, the sprites. It's like the fades, I guess. Alright, so fading, I need to fix that. Scrolling, this guy here. That's where I want to stop. Bam. Okay, so it faded everything and it cleared everything out. Right? That all happened on one frame, and it also drew a bunch of this stuff on one frame as well. Like inside the NMI even, right? So that all happened like right in there. We did accidentally overwrite some of this though, so we didn't do it fast enough. Look at that. So there's like one scan line in there that is green. That shouldn't be green. That should be something else. Just finished sorting a bag of assorted sockets that I bought ages ago. I'm putting most of them away in a section container. Progress! Progress. Yes. Alright, so this is gonna go... Whoop, F6 and all that one does. This is gonna go all the way down here. And then... I'm pretty sure it draws, like, a bunch more rows here. Like, I think it does... Does it do... Yeah, 2 rows there. I think it could even do another, but it doesn't. It doesn't do another, even though it has plenty of room to do another. So it waits again. Whatever. Not sure what that one is. Oh, game chat. No, where's the title NMI? Where is that? NMI, not that one. The trans NMI. Game trans. Draw. Scrolling. This one. Bam. Okay. All right. So we just hit the next NMI. And then from that, 1, 2 entire rows there. And again, it can still write, like, so much more. Yeah, because at this point, it's scrolling down from over here, not up here. So that's gonna be at the bottom of the screen, as it scrolls. Let's do a frame, then a frame, then a frame, then a frame. Yeah. So I can have the entire second name table drawn by the time I just scroll down. Because this scroll takes like a bunch of frames, right? It's what, 1 per whatever? And I'm scrolling half the screen essentially? Yeah, so I have plenty of time to do things, to draw things. Plenty of time. Yeah. Plenty of time. Because there is when it changes that game state, draws a bunch of things. So during that scroll, I could be drawing a lot of this stuff. A lot of it. And generating a bunch of the map as well. Instead of, you know, waiting for it to finish scrolling and then draw everything, you know? Yeah. What is this? Oh, right. So let's see if the credit stuff actually is correct now. So we're gonna wait for it to die. That's fine. Good. Start up one. Don't need any of these breakpoints anymore, like that. But I do want to stop on that one. Get A. Okay. And let me actually get this guy again. All right. F8, one frame. We're drawing a bunch of stuff. One more frame. All right. So originally it would turn it on at the end of like. What is this? This is syrup name. Right, buffer. There's that scroll. Bam. There. It would turn the screen back on over there. Right? So it would turn it on and scroll it somewhere else. Because at the end of the RTS, that comes back and it's still in the NMI handler, inside of NMI. This guy right here. Yes, across a few frames, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Because I've got the skip NMI thing going on. Okay, so it writes out every frame. That's fine, I guess. Right? Probably. I don't know. Every frame that it's actually doing something anyway. Every frame that it's enabled. Yeah. But now, it's not drawing, it is drawing names. Because of course it is. It shouldn't have. But it did anyway. I don't need this in there anymore. Because that's already done over here. Right there. What's that scroll? Okay. Okay, let's did I even reassemble like before I did that? I don't know if I did. I probably didn't actually. That's probably why it's still broken. Well, still broken, whatever. Okay, that one and then that one. We do a frame. Do a frame. Second right, no. Byteless, no. Clearo, no. Clearo. Oh, right, because that's an upcode thing, whatever. Load chunk, decode up, code address. Am I still using the, No, it's something different. Yeah, I think I removed the RTS trick from this as well. So I don't think I'm using the RTS anymore. The, pushing crap to the stack and returning to it. Credits in it. That's where I want to stop. Bam. Okay. can't see it, but these things are off. They're off. 11. I finished. Decrement, turn PPU on. Okay. So on the next one, on the next PPU, on the next NMI, we should turn it on. Not yet. TI. Do frame. Read controllers. I don't need to do any of this crap. But I am anyway, because of course I am. 2, 1, 0. Okay. Do frame pointer over here. Credits frame. This one is probably where it did it right. Yeah, I think it actually writes that in the frame. Maybe not. No. No, it doesn't. Okay, because I didn't reassemble and then reload it. That's what happened. So now, there we go. Now we have a full frame. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's do that. That's better. So now if I go back up to credits, hit A. Frame, frame, frame. Try again. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 whole frames it takes to draw that. 3 whole frames. Wow. I could probably cut that down a bunch, but I don't feel like doing it right now. Mainly because, like, part of it's broken as well. So, like, the first time that this screen is loaded up after a power cycle, it's correct. Everything's fine. It draws correctly. It loops correctly. Wraps around rather correctly. But as soon as I exit the screen and then come back into it, everything's wrong. Well, not everything. The everything except the attribute row is correct. The attribute row is off somehow. Don't know why. Don't want to fix it tonight, so I'm not gonna. Yeah. Okay, what is this? Okay, so title stuff, I'm gonna stage that. Clear top portion of title screen. The table above the skyline in on the title screen. Go. And then we also want to do that. Fix credits to only turn on the PPU during NMI after. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We're making progress tonight. What else? Do I really want to? So I know it's something that I'm missing. Something attribute related, like some offset somewhere that I'm not clearing. And I don't want to like blast all of the credits 0-page stuff. Like just blast writing zeros on it before, like at the very top of the NMI. Not NMI, the init rather, because that's gonna take long. That it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. I just need to find why it's not initializing something correctly, right? Yeah, it's like it's like an address somewhere, I think, or something. I don't know. Essentially, this is wrong. This is incorrect. Initially. Right buffer. Let's go over here. Right buffer. Right buffer. There it is. Credits. So like here, I'm clearing a bunch of stuff, right? The address. I'm putting a 0 in it. This needs to be down there, outside of that. Oh! Well, there we go. Load X into the... No. No. Store A into the current attribute offset. Okay, if... Wow. Was that seriously it? Where I was storing something instead of loading something? Okay, so the first one works fine, which I expected it to. I had to turn this up. That's whatever. Okay. And right up there. Okay, so now I'm gonna go back into it. There we go. Single opcode. It was a single instruction that broke everything. I spent like an hour the other night trying to find that. Screen, yeah. Store 0 in CR current matter offset instead of loading whatever is in that address into X. Yeah. There we go. I fixed it. Okay. Alright. But yeah. What else am I working on? Right. So this I can. Oh well. Okay. Oh, that's because I don't like clear that entirely. How long does that take on the frame? It's the something. Not in a title. No. I really don't need to do it like this on the init, honestly, because the screen is blank at that point. So it's going to be part of the transition stuff. Or no, it's going to be during the init somewhere. What's this? Until. Okay. How long does that clear stuff take? Load bright palettes. Okay. Next, clear sprites. Enter table. Enter table. And this is clearing that stuff. I don't know if I can fit that in the NMI. You know, let's put that as the first thing in the title. In it. So right after we turn off the PPU, And you know what? Let's not even bother writing the pallets, because that happens during the NMI. Yes, so okay, so we're moving this stuff, this guy right here. We're moving that right up here. Let's see if it happens in the NMI entirely. I don't think it will, but let's see how close it gets to happening entirely in the NMI. This one isn't gonna matter. Instead, let's go down to credits or high scores. Hit start. Okay. So all we're doing here, before we're drawing to the screen like mad, is we are turning off the PPU and telling you to skip the NMI next frame. Then we're loading up some addresses, loading up some to draw, and then we are blasting the PPU with stuff to draw. Just absolutely hammering it. See if we can get in enough time. So I don't know if we'll be able to. X is what, B? Oh yeah, we're not gonna have enough time. Does not fit in NMI. Oh boy. I mean, it gets... Oh, it doesn't really get close, actually, because it's about half of it right there. It's gonna be, it needs to go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more rows. 6 more rows, and you might be able to get one of those before the NMI happens. We're on... Oh. Skyline 259. 260 is the last scan line that we can do things on. And then once it's -1, it starts, if the PPU are on, it starts to change things. Why do I need this to be working again? I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't remember why I even look at this in the first place. This is gonna go for like it's right there. Now it's done there. It's on scan line number 2. So we almost had enough time to write things. And this is gonna write a screen like that color instead of black, because I didn't write the palettes. I suppose for that one I could just write a single byte to the palette to make it black, so it's a black background, instead of loading up all the palettes and doing the thing there. Yeah, so let's pop that over here. So we can load up Surgery? Hey, Disc105, how you doing? Do you ever feel restricted by my choice of mapper? Not yet. Not yet, because I have, like, plenty of room so far that I'm not even using. Here, I'll show you. So this tool right here will show me where space went inside of a ROM. So yeah, I'll show Pong first, right? I don't think I've actually seen this one in there yet. So this is my Pong game, right? It's NROM game. It's using next to no space at all, right? I guess because in later years of the NES, MMC was more commonly used. Yeah, so I just haven't used that much space yet on it. And I specifically chose this mapper because it has battery-backed RAM. That's the main reason why I chose this one. But Runner, as you can see, also has a lot of space that's on here. I have an entire page that I have allocated, but I have done nothing with. There's like 2 bytes at the very beginning of that that's used. Nothing else. I have 2 character tables, two sets of character data to find, but I have this mapper allows me to have like a bunch more. There's one. Yes, you got it. Yeah. In fact, I do it between let me go over here and close out this window here. So this is the game. So the game, the start screen, the game itself, there's changes out palettes and stuff like that, right? But for the credits screen, okay, that's why I was doing it. For the credits screen, he uses his own character stuff. Oops. As you can see down here, so I have the Twitch logo in there, my name in big letters, whatever. Yeah, so I don't have to, worry about having that share space with sprites or other background stuff. But so far, honestly, I could probably make this an NROM game. Like, I could probably stuff all this into a Mapper Zero, which I might end up doing for kicks, like making a version with that, that forgoes storing the the seed in RAM, in save RAM, because it just wouldn't have any. Yeah. It's like so much fun. Well, thank you. Yeah, and even with like Mapper Zero, I mean, you can switch around, for instance, the half of the character data that you're using for a certain thing. I mean, that's what I'm doing on the main screen, for instance, like this screen right here. You'll notice, well, these aren't actually used. So, let me modify this real quick just to get my point across, or just to demonstrate better, rather. This one, and then I hate this program. I'm sure I've mentioned that on stream before. No, not in there. Over here, and then that one. Okay. This. All right. So this is the old spot that I had the buildings, right? I was testing how it would look or whatever on a screen, so I just dumped some data there and didn't really think much about it. But once I finally got to the point where I'm like, okay, I want to actually start doing stuff with this, I always save this on top of not any of the Pong stuff. Over this guy. There. Yes, that part isn't necessary right now, but I'm doing it anyway because I'll forget otherwise. Okay. Parse it. Bam. Okay. There we go. So you'll notice that on this screen here, I've only got one sprite, or two sprites. Well, three technically, but one that's visible, one object that's visible. So this guy, this uses the top name table here, this area is right here. The title screen, however, the rest of it, like, so there's letters. Okay, so you're using this bank up here, but then when you get down here, like, wait a minute, all that stuff's down here. The CPU can only look at one of these at a time. How am I, switching up where it's looking? So there's a sprite 0 on the end there. That's what this guy right here is. That little red bit right down here. That's a sprite 0. So once that hits, I can do things essentially. I can wake up the PPU. It's not asleep, but I can wait until it happens. And I can switch around. I can not exactly bank swap. It's like a poor man's bank swap, really. For the character data, I can switch which one it's looking at. Yeah. So that could actually it could be possible to put all the credit stuff in or this whole game in a Mapper Zero config. Yeah, so I would pull a Sprite Zero trick with come on, with that title. Oh, okay, with that title up there. So I'd have a Sprite Zero at the bottom, like, you know, right on the row, like right after my name, right there, right. And up until that point, I'd be using this table down here, which would have all the other stuff on it, like all the game asset stuff, like the obstacles and the buildings, this for the skyline and all that stuff, and all this stuff, all the text would be up here, like it is over here, right? I'd have my name like down here, and I put the Twitch logo down here somewhere, right? Because I have plenty of room for it, and I could use the same trick, but reversed a little bit for the credit screen. I could also do a few other tricks to keep my name and the Twitch logo at the top of the screen and have everything else scroll as well. I don't know if I'll do that for this one, because actually I probably won't, because that would require me to break the credit screen again, which I don't want to do after I've fixed it so many times. Sometimes it's just easier to use them. Yeah, but motivation to putting it on an NROM game is that it's cheaper for the circuitry, for the board. So I do want some of my stuff on something that's not, you know, it's not required to be run on a ROM cart, which is what this is here. I got it the other day, by the way. I forgot that I had my NES turned on during that, so, like, it's kind of all wonky now. Whoops. Turn that off real quick. Yeah, Mapper Zero isn't a mapper. It's just two memory chips soldered to a board, essentially. There is no mapper. Yeah, as long as you don't need any bank switching. Actually, yeah. So this, it would be possible to put the credit screen on a Mapper Zero and have it mirrored the other direction, the way that the game field does, but that'd be a little tricky to pull off. I don't feel like doing it right now, or for this project rather. Yeah, but I think it would be possible. I think. Yeah. Fairly certain it would be, but again, I don't think it's something I want to do right yet. Well, if I want to, yeah. So again, like I said, my motivation for trying to shove it into a Mapper Zero or NROM is because I am thinking of getting a bunch of the hardware required to write ROMs to carts. Specifically my ROMs, not pirated ROMs or anything like that. Just specifically things I wrote. I want to put those on homebrew carts. And the cheapest one is the NROM carts, because it's got like 3 chips on the whole thing. 2 of them are memory chips, and 1 of them's the lockout chip. And there's like nothing else on it. All the others require a mapper, which depending on which one it is more expensive. And yeah, if it has a battery on the thing, it's more expensive. And if it has work RAM, it's more expensive. It's battery backed. Yeah. So that's the motivation for that. But we'll see if any of that actually happens. I don't know. But like I said, I do plan on eventually getting some hardware to write my own cards. Is this cooperating now? Give me a second here. Oh, good, it still works. That's a plus. Isn't a map of one card like $16? Yeah. So let me bring up the what's it? I can't spell. Infinite nest lines. See, I can't spell at all. Products, hardware. This one right here. Okay. So NROM boards are $13 a pop, or I can get 10 of them for $120. Mapper 1, $16 a pop, with no work RAM. Or $20 with the RAM and battery, which is what I'm using. The RAM and battery. So that's $20 for a single one. Or $182 for a set of 10. 17 to 22 for Mapper 1. From this site here? Are they just giving you different prices or something? But yeah, it's 17 to $20 for Mapper 1. Yes, but I mean, SJ ROM with battery. Where are you going? SJ ROM? Is it on this one? SJ ROM is the no battery variation. You mean SK ROM? Oops. That's not what I wanted to hit. Just want to put it over there. 256 of character ROM. 8K work RAM. No battery backing. SJ RAM is no battery backing. SK ROM. SK ROM's adds battery backing to save stuff. SK ROM boards provide 128 to 256 program ROM and 128 character ROM and 8K of work RAM with battery. Yeah, it's still like $20. Oh, the Boot Gods database. That is a database of NES cards, essentially. So if I just have a look at a cart, it tells me all the information about the cart, right? So it's got a picture of it. It's got a picture of the circuitry on the thing. It tells you what chips are on it, what mappers it's using. It's really pretty awesome. If you do, what was it? I think it's in there. Yeah, the NES Cart DB. So it's a database of NES cartridges. I'll hit a random one. Let's see. Oh. Minus Mapper 1. SG-ROM. Another one. It does, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know the history behind it, but like this site is referenced from the wiki, the NES Dev wiki, as well as the forums and some other places, I think. Yeah. I've thought about like scraping and then mirroring this stuff, but I don't know. I haven't like asked anybody about it. I don't know how they would feel about that. Yeah. So, because it does load slow a bunch, and I could probably host it on if I rewrote it in like Go or something like that. I could probably make it faster. It says XML. Yeah, but the XML is like outdated. Hey, punch. All right, can you read that? Whoa, there we go. It's outdated. It's a little outdated. Yeah, just. And things get added like all the time too. Let's see. PCB? No. Oh yeah, latest dumps. Here we go. Like, when was this one dumped? Does it have a date on it? Date on the dump? Yeah, right here. A few days ago. So I mean, this stuff like is updated all the time. Yeah. Yeah. So that XML dump is kind of old. Yeah, I'm not too keen on the dynamic DNS bit of things, right? Okay, so it's not like it's hosting the ROM. It's just it's just the info on the cartridge itself. It's just metadata essentially. You will not find any ROM files on this site. Instead, it just has like hashes of the ROMs. Like that's or not of the ROMs even, of the data on the chips. Like this one's got a hash for the PRG, the program ROM, not of the character ROM. This is a Japanese card, so I think they're backwards. I think the character's over here and the program's over here on the character, or I don't know, something like that. Yeah, because the Famicom PCBs are like flipped around for whatever reason. But yeah, so it's a resource for finding, for instance, if you have a cartridge that's in terrible shape and you want to like take the chips off of the thing, just the two program chips, or the program and the CHR chips off of it, and you want another board to put them on, you can figure out, number one, what mapper that one was, the broken one, and figure out what board it's compatible with. Boards to sacrifice, essentially. Donor boards. If you use INL Retro, you'll need to specify mappers. I wish I'd known about the site earlier. Yeah, so I've actually used the site a bunch to figure out like what certain the mappers of certain games are without having to fire them up in Messin or whatever in an emulator. But yeah, it's also nifty to see like class member publishers equal to such these guys. Okay, where's the search button? Search. Oh, these are Famicom things. Jeez. So there's a bunch of unlicensed games on here, right? Catalog ID, video system. State class. Oh, here we go. Unlicensed. There we go. Alright, so these are all unlicensed games. And the thing about unlicensed games is they don't have the companion lockout chip on it. So you notice there's a bunch of transistors and capacitors on this thing. So this right here is the circuitry to defeat the lockout chip. One more thing, the INL Retro Dumper has very limited mapper functionality, like no GNROM or Mapper66, for example. Really? That's these guys. This guy. Yeah. Or not this one specifically, but this one here. Yeah, there's something to keep in mind. All right. Yeah. But I mean, this one, like, it's open source for all the firmware to dump everything, right? I'm already figuring out how mappers work It can't be that hard. Can't be that hard, right? To implement the other mappers that I need, and at the same time contribute back to the project. Go to host. What here? Host office command line, and I don't care about that. On the GitLab side. Oops. This. I can't be as hard as this to figure out how to dump the ROMs from my AC audio. Yeah, exactly. I mean, scripts. Come on. NES. Oh. All right. Yeah, let's have a look at MMC1. This is the mapper I'm currently using. All right. Oh. Okay. So before I found this, by the way, yeah, they wrote the map readers and all right. So before I found this, I started thinking, okay, you need to get baby one. All right. I'll continue when you get back then. But this would mean I would need to learn Lua. Not for me. You say so. I wasn't thinking it, but now I am. Oh. Yes, I would actually need to learn Lua here, in a more robust way. Which, I mean, whatever. It's a scripting language. It's not assembly. It's not ARM assembly or something like that, right? It's a higher level language that has while loops. I can manage. Oh, this is to write to this stupid thing. Program. Alright, yeah. Right. Every single byte. Flash. Program. Seems enables our system to observe prior to go. CMR. That's the character one. The CHR one. Yeah. Read count number reads. That's I'm gonna assume that'll be banks. Yeah. Or can we jump per loop? Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, this is only like what, $50, a little more plus shipping. So what, $60 included? No shipping included, right? For this, plus like what? Let's say I get some carts as well, right? Some blank carts as well. Some NROMs and one or two MMC ones, SI ROMs, like one or two of these. So like what, $100, give or take? I'm spending on that, so whatever. I mean, I spent $150 ish, 120 plus shipping, I think, for the ROM cart. I mean, heck, whatever. Yeah. Alright, so what am I doing here? What is this? Title. What is this? Oh, I moved that. Right. Where else did I need that again? I don't remember where else I needed that. Where else did I need that? I don't need it there. I don't need it there. I need it here. I don't think I need it there either. Why? You know what? Let's see what it's doing when it puts those artifacts on screen. So where is that thing again? Let's go. High scores. Yeah, whatever. Okay. So I actually don't need that open at all. I need this guy open. And I need to start doing some of this. Alright. Alright, it's gonna do that. Oh, okay. It must have been palettes. Look at that. So it changed the background color. My scores. Let's start. Okay. Let's get down there. Bam. Okay. Now load palettes only puts it in RAM. Doesn't write them. Clear sprites. Only touches RAM. Right? Right. Clear attribute table. Clear attribute table. Okay. Draw background. This is where things go wonky. Because I probably I write palettes during the background. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Let's not write those there. Let's not. Let's not, and watch it not break now. Power cycle. High scores. And then start. And then 1 frame. And then 1 frame. And then another frame. There we go. Okay. Okay. So what we are gonna do, so it's not like a brown screen there. Actually, let's see how jarring it is anyway. High scores. Okay, it's a little jarring. So we are going to grab the address of one of those. This guy. It's just 3F00. Okay. So what we're gonna do is here. Okay. I don't know how that. Oh, I didn't say. That's why. 3F. Store that into 2006. 00. And then load up F and store that into 2007. That stores a single byte in the palette that clears the background. It puts the background color as F0 or 0F rather. So we don't get that that flash of a brown screen. So we're gonna go down to high scores. This one will. Don't need to change. Because it writes the palettes during the init, I think. Yeah. But this one, when I go back to the title screen, it's black. Because I rewrote that 1 byte. So the background is now black. I'm not drawing anything. Yeah. Alright, And then we're going to scores. And then right pallets. We are not ready pallets. We're just not gonna do it. We'll load them, sure, but we will not write them. Instead, we will write those in the NMI. I don't need to rewrite them every single time, but I will, because whatever. Actually, you know what? Let's, scores is actually doing. Welcome back. 1 second here. I'll continue where I was before. Power cycle. Yeah. Let's see. High scores. Frame. It's green. I mean, whatever. Because green is the color there, but whatever. Maybe I should. Nah. I was thinking in the game state change, write the background color, but I don't think I want to do that. All right. But this goes black, 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 and that. Okay. All right. But yeah, so like I was saying before, this is fine. I mean, this isn't you know, doesn't seem that daunting to me. Because before I found this cart dumper, I was like, okay, I have an Arduino, and I have a breadboard, and I have a few carts, and I have a wiki that tells me how these mappers work, and I have another site that tells me what mappers things are. Okay, I could probably figure out how to blast the cart myself, pretending I'm the NES, and make it behave the way I want to. Yeah, I'll surely have to. Yeah, I am still up. Yes. It's getting a little late though. So yeah, so I was going to make my own dumper essentially, until I found that. I'm like, oh, it's only $50, and not only does it have the NES slot on it, it's got the 64, the Sega Genesis, the Famicom, and the Super Nintendo, and a Game Boy and Game Boy Advance. Okay, so not all of them work right out of the box. So what? First off, I was only expecting to get the NES anywhere. I was only going to be making the NES. But if I'm given all the hardware, and I just need to, like, write some of the software for this, I mean, that's worth $50 to me. That's worth $50. This person. Oh, you mean my ROM card? Not entirely. I gave up using Arduino for anything pretty quickly, and by now I've given up on AVRs-GCC because I can't get them working long term. I'm assuming that's some sort of cross compiler for ARM for GCC. Is that what that is? Oh wait, actually it's 35 USD for the NES, and it goes up, I think 60 for that. Okay. Yeah, the top, like all 6 connectors, $52. Which, I mean, sign me up essentially, right? So there's a good chance I'll be placing an order within a month or so. There's a very, very good chance of that. Yeah, so spending $60 or soldering something together with an Arduino, I'd rather spend the $60, honestly, and just write the software for it. Because I'm a software dev by trade, right? We can't even see the screen because I'm a software dev by trade, so I know software. I don't necessarily know hardware. 50 is Canadian. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't necessarily. I know enough hardware to make a mess and break things. But for software, on the other hand, I'm a lot better equipped. So if someone else has made the hardware for me, it's happy day right there. I was building something earlier. I remembered the fun fact that I need a program. I can just build it. If I need a program, I just build it. Yeah, exactly. No. I mean, for me, like, the limiting factor for a lot of this stuff is the physical hardware for things, like the programmer for the carts, the the carts and the chips themselves. I mean, this stuff here, like, I don't know how to etch boards. I know of it. I know, like, the theory behind it. I've never done it. I don't really want to do it. That's like that's something that, like, a barrier that I do not want to have to cross. But if someone else is willing to, like, say, hey, give me some money, I'll just give you some carts already, some blank ones ready to program. He's like, yes, please. I am God. Look at my powerful, not buggy creations, right? They're features. They're features, not bugs. They're features. It's very important. They're features. But yeah, so the fact that, like I said, the fact that, like, the other slots may or may not work out of the box, that's a non-issue for me. I don't want to etch my own boards, yeah, but I am able to send a design out on a board to a board house and have PCBs delivered, not too much money for you guys. Oh, but being able to send a design out on a board to a board house and have PCBs. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to design the boards myself. I mean, I don't know if that's something I want to learn. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried. I'm not sure if I will try, because I mean I'm you know, busy with the software really, and if someone else wants to design the things that the hardware that I'm looking for, I mean, you know, I just need to know enough to be able to properly explain what I want to do with the thing, you know. Features is such a wonderful term. It's like not calling a syringe the proper term. A spear that stabs your arm and injects fluids, right? If I have more mappers. Yeah, I mean, I'm not ruling it out, and I don't think it would be that difficult, because, I mean, I'm already programming the mapper. I already had to program MMC1, right? I already know how this one works. And the other end of that, the dumping it is essentially this. It's just switch to a page and read all of it. I don't have to worry about whatever the 6502 is doing. All I need to do is read data. I don't need to execute any of the data. I just need to grab all of it and just dump it, and then at the end of that, just know what to do with it. They probably, I don't know. Etching kits. I would assume they have it. They have kits for everything nowadays. They have, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. I want to be at the point where I can order custom PCBs. In the meantime, I'm at least at the point where I can lay components down on a perf board and wire them up. Yeah. So, I mean, my soldering skills are atrocious. Number one, so like, I could try to on a perf board, but it's not gonna look good. It might work. It probably won't. And that's like following someone else's design like to the T. Or what I interpret as to the T, and is probably very wrong. Yeah. I can't imagine playing Circle. I took a simple class in it and it was like, whoa. Yeah, I imagine that's how some people view my field as well. I have trouble wrapping my head around some of the electrical logic stuff, like the math for all of it, and a lot of it actually amazes me. I understand it to an extent, but I can't design it myself. So I would assume anyway, someone that's not in my field, that doesn't know my craft, looking in from the outside might feel the same way about, you know, what I'm doing. I would just consider going over the demo code for Mapper on stream. I have a background in software dev, but not in the hardware portion of how PRG and CHR work. I mean, sure, it's not much different than what I'm doing here, honestly. Let me over in my editor. Like specifically for MMC1 anyway. Let me see. Setup stuff. So this is all essentially just writing bytes to certain addresses, right? That major space really hard to create. I can program, but wiring up logic is like, yeah. So I can read it, but I can't ask. Don't understand what it does, right? So these addresses, right, are address lines to the cartridge. Now, in a no mapper card, so an NROM card, which is just essentially two ROM chips wired directly to the ports, right? The CPU expects it to act in a certain way. The CPU will send an address on the address pins, and then it will read something, right? It'll read off of the data lines. Here, this takes advantage of the fact that the CPU is writing addresses to those address lines. Here, it's still reading addresses, right? So this right here, it puts this address, the 8000 address, hex 8000, on the address lines. But instead of reading from those lines, it writes to those lines. Now, you can't write to a ROM, right? Because the ROM is read-only, right? But the mapper can intercept that. It can see that something's being written to the line, and it can interpret that in its own way, right? So the mapper interrupts that, or doesn't interrupt it, but it intercepts that, right? Because the ROM isn't going to do anything with it. I mean, the RAM would, but that's an address space that isn't touched with this process. So when you write things to these addresses, to this ROM space, the mapper pays attention and does a thing. Specifically here, it's kind of wonky, and the way the reason it's wonky is because it's cheaper this way. It was cheaper this way to construct it this way. So it's got like a shift register in the mapper, right? So essentially what I'm doing is I'm loading up some configuration stuff into A, the register A on the CPU. I'm setting an address, or I'm storing that to an address, right? So on the circuitry level, the CPU writes an address to the address lines of the CPU. Actually, do I have a block? I don't think I have a block diagram of that. That's what specifically what I want. Yeah, so that's one cycle, one clock cycle. It writes the address that it wants, and on the second clock cycle, it writes the data it wants. Instead of reading the data, it writes the data to an address line, or not to the data line, but to a ROM address. And the mapper picks up on that. The mapper, in this case, it reads the last bit for 5 writes. 5 writes. Then after the 5th write, it does a thing. It has all the bits it needs to figure out what we wanted to do, right? So these bits are the only significant ones, essentially. And depending on like what address you write to, it does different things. So a better or a cleaner example of that. Let's see. MC5. Let's go to a simpler one. 2. What's 2? Beautiful. Here we go. So this one, it just has a single bank select. So this one is set up. So it's got like 256. So let's just say 256K. It can do like 4 megs. Good lord. Just say 256K for now, right? Character can't do anything with that. It only has a single 8K block of character. ROM. Mirroring's fixed. So the only thing you can change is the first half of the program ROM. So let's see. Okay. Oh, that's those are the banks. Okay. So it looks at the entire address space, 8,000 and up, right? And when you write to that address space, you select a bank to load into wherever. So it instructs the mapper to load a different bank. Essentially, it instructs the mapper to assign the high bits for the address. Bits outside of the 16-bit address space, essentially. So it can address things higher than the CPU can, or than the CPU can, if that makes any sense. And it remaps things, hence the name mapper. So it remaps some memory to other places. But so essentially, all I would need to do for this dumper here is the same stuff I would do if I were programming a game for that mapper. So for the MMC1 dumper stuff, I mean, let's do I still have that up? Scroll to the top here. Check some mirroring stuff, whatever. Where was it? Yeah, it writes some stuff right here. It 32K mode PRG bank at whatever 4K CHR. It writes to the mapper, and the mapper is like, okay, you're a NES. Screw it. Here's what I'm doing. So you just, pretend you're the NES, but just read everything instead of executing any of it. Write the bit. Oh. So you'd write the bit, but request addressing in a loop between pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. You would write the register to make the mapper map what you want to read, essentially. And then you'd just write an address that you want to read, and then read it instead of writing to it to change anything. Essentially. Yeah. I was playing upon right misspelling. Yeah, I get it. I get it. So yeah, so this might not even be that difficult at all, so long as I can write a game for that mapper, right? If I can write software for that mapper on the, that runs on a NES properly, and if I can test that in an emulator that supports that mapper, then in theory I should be able to fairly easily figure out how to dump that mapper. Because I mean, it's just the reverse of what I was doing, Easy kind of read. Yeah, I did read it out of order, but I get it. Yeah. And I just realized that I forgot my water out in the kitchen, but it's getting late, so I'm gonna call it for tonight. But yeah. Thank you guys for stopping by. I think everyone needs a special keyboard with Japanese emojis. Yeah, thank you for the bits. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I'm honestly more than happy to answer questions like this. I really am. This is a subject that I really enjoy. Otherwise, I would not be streaming it. Yeah, wake up, JoJo. But yeah, so I mean, I really enjoy this subject. So yeah, I really just enjoy talking about it, and I've probably bored my my coworkers to tears already about this kind of stuff, honestly. But yeah, they're probably tired of hearing about it from me. But let's see if there's anyone we can go say hi to. So don't go anywhere yet. I'm at 4K. Look at my own mapper. Your own mapper? Because I've been testing the Linux build for Max and Paul. Oh, nice. All right. Oh, you mean implementing a mapper that presumably that exists in hardware. You're telling me how to sleep. No sleep. Yeah. Yeah, unsupported. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. I don't think I've said we've seen this girl. Or I've seen her, but I don't think we've gone to say hi. That's what she did. She doing something? Let me pause my music real quick. So you can hear the. I know you can't see it, but she doing anything? Usually she's writing her own engine and stuff that looks really trippy in C++. I don't know though. It's the red wine in me. Bye, I gotta go to bed now. All right, Jojo, you have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. I guess she's actually doing anything. All right, let's see if there's someone else around. So you said hi to him the other night, I think. I think I rated him the other night, actually. All right, let's have a look at the categories. Categories. Science and tech. Come on, load up. Okay. What is that? Just you can't use on the Unity. Okay. Well. He's making a guy. Okay. Let's go say hi to this guy. I have no idea who he is. But
No, not from Canada. Been up there.
yeah, okay, so he's got a mic, he's talking to the chat. That's good. Yeah, I don't know who he is. Let's go say hi to him. Please do come with me, so it's not just me. And thank you guys again for stopping by tonight. Ghost Aimer Socks, thank you for that raid. I was just about to raid somebody else. What's up? How you doing? I can show you what I was working on though. We can give it another 5 minutes or so. How you doing? So I was working on my NES game a little bit. Yeah, well, I was what was I doing tonight? I don't remember. Working on making things a little bit more streamlined and whatnot. You've had to battle the nulls. So, funny story, on the NES, well, I mean, null is a valid value, so, I mean, I'm not battling them here, I'm embracing the nulls. We embrace the invalid here. That's what happens when, yeah, so, where did I do that? I think they're over here somewhere. This one, right there. Back over here, and then I'm gonna reload this real quick. Undo that breakpoint, and then come over to there, and then that. There we go. Art of War stuff, exactly. It is exactly Art of War stuff. So yeah, so for anyone that doesn't know, I am making an Infinite Runner game on the NES, entirely in 6502 assembly, almost entirely on stream. Yes, actual assembly. So this here is all handwritten assembly that I've written for the most part on stream. There are a few things that I didn't do on stream. Some of the more tedious stuff. A lot of the planning. Making notes, all that kind of stuff I did off stream. But the vast majority of it I have actually done on stream. Yeah, and this is the second game I've written. If you're interested in having a look at the code, it is up on GitHub. I don't have the ROM for this up on GitHub because I'm working on it. I'm not going to upload a ROM every other day. I am not AI, no. This is not the first game I've written, by the way, on the NES. The first game I wrote, the first full thing you would call a game, outside of tutorials and whatnot, is actually Pong. This game right here. So I also wrote this almost entirely on stream. I forgot there's audio on this. I did actually change some of the graphics the other day off stream that I forgot about. So that's a thing. Again, this is all written in 6502 assembly by hand. We're mythical beings. Am I mythical? But yeah, so I wrote this one entirely by hand, mostly on stream. You can find the code and as well the code as well as the assembled ROM over on GitHub if you're so inclined. Yeah, and I have fun writing writing assembly on stream. That's what I do. Writing assembly and talking about it. But yeah, so it is late for me though. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, so it is a little late for me, so I am gonna call it for tonight though. I do apologize for just bolting right after you raided like that. But yeah, I'll be back on Thursday. What is today? Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, so I'll be back on Thursday, 6:30 Eastern. It's all good. Rich weather, yeah, right? Yeah, I'll be back on Thursday if you guys are interested in stopping by. I stream after work on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and on Saturday I stream in the afternoon. So yeah, yeah, it's pretty much for the past 4 months has been almost strictly assembly for the NES. I have done a game or two here and there, but they're few and far between. Right, so yeah, let's go say I had this guy that I found just before, like, I was getting ready to type in the raid command just as the alert went off. So top tier timing on that one. But yeah, actual view funneling, right? The funnel. I have no idea who this guy is. He looks like a cool guy. I don't know. He has a mic. Come with me to say hi if you would be so kind. Yeah, thank you guys for stopping by. I do appreciate it. You guys have a good night.